And then a second squad departed, the pairing leader, 12 officers in full combat gear. I could see the blood drain from Bernard's face. They have lost control. This will not end well. They are going to murder every living thing inside. We need to do something. He took out his phone. Quick, follow me. Without hesitating, we entered the secret tunnel. The basements were steeped in pitch darkness, and we had to navigate the exit by touch in order not to fall down. The National Guard must have cut the power in preparation for their attack. There goes the element of surprise. Carefully, we made our way through the main hallway of the basement complex. Even though I had made this trip several times before, it was difficult navigating the maze-like passageways in darkness. Due to all the supplies and junk that lay strewn around, we kept tripping and bumping into things. Then suddenly, we heard more gunfire. We froze as a gun battle broke out overhead. For a good 10 minutes, we listened to the shots, some far away, others close by. We were too late. They are all getting started. No, it is probably just a gunfight with the guards. If you listen carefully, then hear two parties exchanging fire. Who knows, maybe the National Guard will be driven to retreat. Should we go upstairs? Right now? Are you crazy? We wouldn't stand a chance. Gradually, the gunfire subsided. Slowly, we moved onward until we reached the staircase leading up to the first floor. Reflected moonlight shone faintly from above. On tiptoes, we headed up the stairs. Lurid visions passed through my head of carnage, bloody corpses strewn through the corridors. But upon arrival, the halls of the council building looked empty. Let's try to find Marissa. We climbed up another flight of stairs and shuffled past the cafeteria to the offices, when suddenly Bernard pulled us by the arm into an empty meeting room. I heard something. I perched my ears. He was right. There was a faint sound of footsteps. Although they had initially been concealed by the wailing sirens outside, they were slowly getting louder. They are coming our way. And then when we caught a glimpse of two guardsmen slinking by, outfitted in full tactical gear, they were combing out the premises stealthily, but they didn't enter our room. When they were out of range, Ina let out a nervous sigh. God, they are inside the building. They must have neutralized the guards. And then we heard a shuffling behind us. Bernard and Ina spun around. Together they leapt at our hidden assailant. No, don't hurt me. I surrender. Dad, The nobleman did a double take. You kids, a game. But he did not seem in the mood for exchanging pleasantries. Didn't you get Van Linden to safety? We did. But they came in with so much force. It wasn't even necessary. We would have surrendered. Listen, Leopold. We are here to evacuate you before any casualties occur. We are looking for Marissa and Daniel and the rest. Daniel and his men were standing guard, and the last time I saw Marissa was when the shooting began. She was heading up to the entrance gallery with a white flag to signal our surrender, while I went here to hide. I'm real proud of you, Dad. Anyway, Leopold, please wait here and stay out of trouble. We are going to look for Marissa. After that, we will come back to rescue you. Very well. I hope you're careful, kids. Please wait here until we pick you up. And if the National Guard comes in, just surrender without a fight. Don't give them a reason to shoot you. The nobleman sulked. I won't. You know I won't. And so the three of us set off through the offices, crouching in order to remain invisible below the desks and cabinets, and lurking in doorways whenever we heard footsteps nearby. Our approach was slow but steady. We had reached the last of the off-ice blocks, which ran parallel to the entrance gallery, when we suddenly heard voices. Immediately we reclined into an alcove. Humiliating me. But now you're singing a different tune. Just look at you. Don't you have anything more to say? Better not cry. It will spoil your mascara. Just take me in, Martha. The second voice sounded weak, but was unmistakably Marissa's. Take you in? You really think I should grant you that courtesy? The civil order would never prevail if we just took in people like you, just to have you out causing trouble in the streets again in a few years. No, Marissa, not after what you have done. DeWitt cackled. Did you see their corpses? I was the one that got Daniel right between the eyes, and it was justified. They were the ones that shot first. I was always the finest aim on the force. Daniel knew that. It was the last thing he knew. Marissa let out a sob. Martha, please! Man Linden is safe, isn't he? There's no reason for all this violence. Quietly, I moved my head to peer out from the desk where we were hiding under. And there they stood, Martha DeWitt with her hand on her gun, and Marissa in tears. This isn't about Van Linden. It's about you, what you have done to my force. They know their sob. This is how it goes. Tyrants prevail by dousing all resistance in blood. It serves as a warning to anyone who dares dream of a just society. But even if you kill me, Martha, even if you kill me, just know that our movement has ignited the hearts of the people. A corrupt elite will never prevail against the unified will of millions. Even though you may have murdered Daniel, like the cowardly dog that you are, he will never die. He will live on, marching with our movement in spirit forever, emboldening our adventures that loom on the horizon. And the same goes for me, Martha. Don't you think my story has been spread widely enough? Don't you think that killing me will provide our movement with exactly that critical momentum that transforms it into an unstoppable force? I noticed a hint of confidence return to Marissa's voice. Killing me in cold blood will make me into a martyr of such beauty that will ignite a shining beacon for centuries to come. It will truly make my ideal unstoppable. I don't care, Marissa. I don't care about your movement. about your ideals. I just want you, a gun cocking. Now, at Anna's command, we leapt out, throwing ourselves upon Chief DeWitt, who had been standing with her back turned in our direction. She let out a yelp and her gun fired into the plasterwork, hitting no one. Larissa sat staring at us with a scared and confused look on her face. Quickly, Ina grabbed the gun from DeWitt's hand. Hurry, the gunshots will attract guardsmen. What do we do with Chief DeWitt? Larissa sat eyeing the gun in Ina's hand. We could. No way, Larissa. Come on, open the window. We made DeWitt jump down into the courtyard below. It was only a single story drop, and we saw her land safely before running into the nearby undergrowth, too afraid to re-enter the building without her weapon. Are the rest all? Larissa nodded while fighting back tears. Then let's pick up my father and head for the tunnel. On the way back to the break room, we encountered a few guardsmen, but they were all hurrying in the direction of where the shot had been fired, not noticing our presence. We found Leopold quivering in a corner. He let out an audible sigh of relief when he saw Larissa. Come, Dad, we are out of here. And the men, they stay. Silently, all 5 of us headed for the staircase that led to the basements. But our group had grown too big. Even though we tried to move stealthily, we took up too much space and made too much noise. And as we crossed over to the staircase, we found ourselves eye to eye with a lone guardsman. For a split second, we all froze. He had his gun out, and he eyed us shiftily, not sure who to point his weapon at, until he locked eyes with Ina. And for some reason, there was fear in those eyes. And then I saw why. Ina was pointing DeWitt's gun directly at his head. Don't shoot. Don't call anyone. Ina spoke in a soft but clear whisper. We want to escape this place unharmed. We aren't involved. The man remained quiet, clutching his gun tightly. But then, after what felt like an eternity, he began to retreat. Slowly, he backed into the hallway, all the while keeping his firearm pointed at us. Not wasting any time, Bernard, Leopold, Larissa, myself, and finally Ina descended the staircase. As soon as Ina was down, we began to run. Quick, he's going to call for backup. They will never catch us down here. We ventured into the dark, forming a human chain in order not to get lost. And we navigated the hallway as swiftly as we could. It wasn't long before we reached the passageway. They never came after us after all. They didn't. People that sign up for the National Guard are a mixed bunch, you know? That guy back there looked genuinely scared. Maybe he emphasized with our cause. Shut up, Madeline. One after another, we pushed ourselves through the tunnel. Leopold closed the line, as he was the fattest. But knowing that Van Linden had fitted through just a few days ago, we were confident he would make it. We made our way through the dark tunnel until we reached the wrong ladder. Bernard climbed up and pushed aside the manhole cover. And one by one we emerged into the midnight streets of Abbotsford. Larissa let out a sob of relief. Thank you. Thank you for all you have done for me. If you had not rescued me, I would have definitely been finished off by these brutes. How good it feels to finally be outside again. And then she turned to Bernard. And you, Bernard, I never expected you would end up saving my life. I apologize for all the mean things I said about you. It's just, you used to be so wild while we were in college. But it appears that you have reached mental maturity. Bernard sighed. Madeline, your beauty is rivaled by no one, but the way you engage in politics truly brings out the worst in people. You should ask yourself if the lawful, just society that you strive for doesn't turn out to be self-destructive in the end. Oh, my package has arrived, friends. I must go and retrieve it. Okay. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell to the fuck no. I have got to take a second here, friends, to go make a complaint. These sons of a bitches didn't give me my entire meal. This has never happened before. What the fuck happened? It's the one I was looking forward to the most. If I'm being honest, kale and butternut squash cavatappi. It's the one I was looking forward to the most, if I'm being honest. It's not even in here. The fuck? I had issues with my ingredients. Report issue. Excuse me. Which ingredients were affected? All of the ingredients. The entire gosh darn thing's missing. The entire gosh darn meal is missing. I probably should check to see if all the other ones have the ingredients in them. Actually, hold on, let me go do that. Was the entire meal afflicted? Yes. The entire meal was afflicted. How can I check it? Okay, so I can't do that if I do that. Missing. 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 Okay. Do. Okay, we know you experienced multiple issues. We would like to connect with one of our agents to offer the best support. You know what? We'll go ahead and do that. Because y'all just, you didn't even send a whole meal in here. Now, how long is it going to take to get an assistant? I, for one, rather live in a dangerous life of freedom than enjoy peace and slavery. Okay, I must cut the meeting short. I have been enough of a burden on you all. If you don't mind, I will take my leave now and disappear into the night. I promise I will never orchestrate an operation like this ever again. She smiled coyly as she put her hand up in farewell. Not so fast, Marissa. We didn't rescue you so that you could make an escape. We will be handing you over to the proper authorities. I really should go. Goodbye. And with these words, Marissa dashed off. But she didn't get far. A dark figure stepped out from the shadows, holding and grieved Marissa by the arm. Marissa, we would like to introduce you to Agent Smith. He is with the Secret Service. We didn't want to release you into the hands of the National Guard, as we felt they may not have the safety of their prisoners at heart. But we do find it important you are subjected to a fair trial. We believe the Secret Service can operate as a neutral third party. Agent Smith cleared his throat. Marissa Roosevelt, Leopold Marquis of Abbott. I would like the two of you to cooperate and follow me to the van. I am being arrested. You can't let them take me. They will execute me. Stop being so melodramatic. Goodbye, Dad. Please get a good lawyer. We don't want you representing yourself in court. And try to behave in front of the judge. The nobleman eyed his son languidly. Quite the night for patricide. He lowered his head and followed Larissa and Agent Smith into the van where another agent was waiting. And then they were gone. I walked home with Ina, and while she was set to work immediately, typing down a report of the night's events for tomorrow's edition of the Sunday Abbot, I slept like a log until the crack of noon. Over the following weeks, things gradually returned to normal. Mr. Van Linden came out of hiding and resumed his mayoral duties, and then Larissa and Leopold's trial began. Widely anticipated as a trial of the century, there was a lot of press present, and as expected, okay, we got an agent. We got an agent. And her name's Precious, apparently, so that's nice. As expected, Ina sat on the front row, documenting every second of it, while Bernard was called on to testify as a witness. Due to the lack of jurisdiction on cases of this nature, the trial dragged on for an extensive period of time. And in the end, both Larissa and Leopold were punished leniently, as the legality of their takeover remained a matter of debate, and Chief DeWitt's violent conduct during the raid was weighed as a mitigating factor. Larissa received a 4-year prison sentence, half of which was suspended, and Leopold, exaggerating his old age and deteriorating mental state, only got 18 months, which he was allowed to sit out under house arrest. Having both forsaken our final exams, Ina and I began a long summer of rest and relaxation. We would both have to retake our senior year at Abbotsford High. What a joke it was. May Abe, welcome to this year's first editorial meeting of the Sunday Abbot. Thank you for joining me out here. I thought it would be a good idea to leave our stuffy advice once in a while. This coming school year, I really want us to keep the reputation of our paper high. While the eyes of the nation were aimed at us, our subscriber base has grown exponentially. We have readers all over the Low Countries now. Don't tell me they will be added to our delivery round. Ina sniffed. Don't be silly, we have an electronic edition. Anyway, there will be more than enough to write about. There should be new elections by this year. Although Mayor Van Linden is reluctant on picking a definite date. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Where'd my mouse go? Lost my mouse for a second. I heard it's because Flock 5. Okay, there we go. And this is why I like HelloFresh, because even if shit goes down where they're missing an entire meal for some fucking reason, they just gave me a full credit back for the entire thing. So I've only had this. I think this is the third time I've had issues with them in the like 3-4 years I've been with them. But they just gave a full refund thing. So yeah, that's why HelloFresh is awesome. I heard it's because Flock 5 is still rising in the polls. Can you believe it? Even after their leader being arrested, their voter base hasn't lost an inch of support. And of course, they always want you to do a survey to say, hey, did we do a good job? They always do that too. And they did. I'm satisfied with their representative because they did good, which is nice to see. Yep. Yes, you did. Tinkle. How easy was it to solve your query? And you know I heard about Marissa. She's putting her time behind bars to use, writing a book. Still really sad that I won't get the kale and butternut squash cup tappy, because that was seriously the one I was looking forward to the most. But we still have a garlic herb butter, scallops, and black bean burrito. The scallops will also be very good too. Anyway, writing a book. It'll be a political autobiography. What a commotion that will cause. Bored by our conversation, they ran off to play among the flowers. This won't be the last we've heard about Marissa and her movement. It's clear she is preparing for a return to politics once she has fulfilled her sentence. It's exactly as I predicted, Abe. It's the will of the people. They can't wait to submit their all to an absolute sovereign. She sighed. But you know, I have made my peace with this reality. We may live in a world of ruin that crumbles under corruption and decadence. But there are still pockets of isolated beauty to be explored. Look around you, Abe. Please feast your eyes upon this panorama of bucolic splendor. Let's indulge in the beauty of decay, as though it were our last day on Earth. And let us create gods and goddesses in our image to rise up against the infernal leviathans of the present, until they have grown old and infernal themselves, and new gods are created to defeat them. You are my bridge over the abyss. Losing you would send me falling. Thank you for, yeah, Deluge Sermon for the Dead. Being a little thirsty here, friends. But this is a free game except for um, the DLC, so I can somewhat respect it. Okay, so that was where we went to the bad ending, so we need to go up here. And we are staying this time. I'm sorry, my work here is not done yet. I see. Ina shrunk back in disappointment, but Bernard took a more offensive stance. Abe, you are making a big mistake. As a reporter on the inside, you're currently one of the strongest forces working on to legitimize Larissa's regime. He's right. You should come with us. If you don't, you will be a liability to the resistance. Bernard leapt at me, a determined gaze in his eyes. Instinctively, I stepped backwards. I could feel the damp concrete wall against my back. I raised up my arms in defense, when Bernard was suddenly flung to the floor. Don't be stupid, Bernard. Even though Abe may disagree with us, he's still an editor for the Sunday Abbot. She turned to me. Abe, you won't reveal the existence of our secret entryway to Melissa, will you? I don't know. Ian looked me straight in the eyes. We don't want us disclosing our tunnel to the National Guard. They often attack squad down here in no time. Sounds like a fair deal, if you put it that way. That's good. You know, if you ever change your mind, you can use our tunnel to escape this mess. She sighed. Well, I guess this is goodbye. I don't agree with what you're doing, Abe, but please stay safe nonetheless. There was emotion in her voice. Goodbye, Ina. Bernard. He was still brushing the dust off his jacket. See you on the outside. Silently, Bernard and Ina disappeared into the maze of underground passageways. And although I considered following them, I suddenly perceived a voice. Abe, come up here. You should see what's going on outside. Marissa. We just made radio contact with the National Guard. They are asking us for unconditional surrender and release of our host stage. Naturally, I declined. And now they are putting on a big show, moving around their vehicles, testing their alarms, running drills. It's clear this rattling of arms is intended to intimidate us. I think their patience is wearing thin. I bet the Imperial government doesn't want to keep funding this pointless operation. Once their money runs out, they'll have to hand the standoff back to Martha DeWitt and her insubordinate police force. That would be a victory for our side. I looked out the window at the guardsmen and their tireless antics. They are fake soldiers, these people. Just look at them. Bored boys and girls yearning for action and discipline. What wasted potential. While the rest was preoccupied with tightening up security, I descended into the basement again, attempting to locate the secret passageway that Ina and Bernard had talked about. First, I began searching the room where they had ambushed me, but I saw nothing that resembled a total entrance. Then I focused my search on the outer wall, assuming this was the most logical place for a secret passage to be located. After a good hour of searching, I finally found a hatch. Located at the end of the main corridor, where it had been hidden carefully behind a notice board. Although it looked old, it didn't require much force to open. It gave way to a narrow passageway, likely a service shaft of some sorts. It appeared almost too small for human use. I recalled Ina's threat that she would disclose the existence of this tunnel to the National Guard if I didn't uphold my part of the agreement. But was this shaft wide enough to allow passage to a squad of guardsmen in tactical gear? For a second, I stared into the darkness. Bernard had passed through here, so I should be able to use it without issue. If I went in now, I would be free. I could be on a bus in an hour or so, traveling away from everything. From Larissa, the council building, the whole town. I staggered. The sudden promise of freedom overwhelmed me. If I got outside, what would I do? Quickly, I closed the hatch. Suddenly, I was overcome by an urge to close off the tunnel forever, to erase it from existence so that no one could enter or exit it ever again. I scavenged around until I found a thick steel bar that I used to barricade the hatch. It should hold out against an attack from outside, at least long enough for us to be notified of an intended breach. I was startled by gunfire overhead. Hurriedly, I placed back the notice board that had covered the tunnel entrance. I rushed up the stairs, only to bump into Marissa, who was running to the second floor gallery. Alarms began to sound. Abe, we're under attack. It is a squad of 6 guardsmen. They use stealth, avoiding detection until we caught them breaking through the atrium window. Daniel and his men fired warning shots, but the guardsmen returned fire. We rushed into the gallery, where Daniel, Bob, and Igor were engaged in a gun battle. We watched them from the hallway as they fired dedicated rounds at the assailants outside. From this close by, the gunshots were deafening, inflicting a blockade on the eardrums that increased each burst of gunfire. The windows had been shot out completely, and the floor was strewn with shards of broken glass. Suddenly, Daniel noticed us. Marissa, Abe, get out of here. It's too dangerous. A blast. Daniel went down like a rag doll. Not paying any heed to the torrent of bullets, Marissa ran to where he had fallen. Daniel! Daniel lay sprawled against the wall. He had been hit just below the chest. His shirt was coloring a deep red. Immediately, I began applying pressure to the entry wound. He winced in pain. Marissa crouched beside me. Daniel! Daniel! It's okay. We will get you out of here. I will call the National Guard to offer our surrender. They will send a medical team. Carefully, Daniel opened his eyes. No. No, Marissa. It's no use. His breath had become shallow. It was hard to make out his words. The bleeding isn't getting any less. We need to bandage him. While Marissa placed her hands on the wound, I pulled off my shirt. It's okay, Daniel. You fought brilliantly. I promise we will get you to safety in time. Using my shirt, I tried to apply a bandage to his chest, but the wound was at an awkward angle. As soon as Marissa stopped applying pressure, it began pumping blood in frightening quantities. It looks like they have hit a major artery. His face began to pale. Marissa, he winced. Please don't sacrifice anything for me. He sagged down, and we rushed to support his falling body. Marissa stroked her hand over his pale cheeks, and then she addressed him in a clear voice. Daniel, don't die. I promise I won't let you die. Your sacrifice won't be in vain, because I have tied my fate to our movement inseparably. I will fight for our ideals until the very end. She sobbed. You will march with us, Daniel, in spirit, wherever our fight takes us. And we will erect monuments in your name when we finally reach our brilliant, triumphant future. We will reach that future, Daniel, I promise, because I will continue our struggle through defeat and victory. And you won't die, Daniel. You won't die. No, you will be more alive than ever. You will live on in the minds of millions. They will have so much to thank you for. Daniel's face had grown an ashen gray, and his eyes had become distant as though they were looking straight through us. Using the last of his breath, he began to whisper, Whatever happens, please make it out of here alive. The bleeding had stopped. His body, that had suddenly grown unbearably heavy, sank down onto the floor. The shooting outside had attenuated, the attack squad having blown its retreat. Marissa was crying. My hands were covered in blood. After taking photos of the scene, Bob and Igor wrapped Daniel's lifeless body in a sheet and placed him in one of the ice boxes in the cafeteria. And then we came together to discuss the defense of the council building. After today's incident, Marissa decided there should be around-the-clock surveillance by the perimeter by two-person teams. Even though I had never played an active role in the occupation effort, I did object when she asked me if I would take on a few shifts. Now that I had seen Daniel die before my very eyes, I felt that I could no longer rely on others for my protection. That's how I found myself keeping watch, together with Leopold, in the same gallery where I had just witnessed Daniel get killed. I felt numb, like an automaton. It wasn't long before Marissa barged in. I just got off the line with the negotiation team. They won't even admit to firing at us. They tried to threaten me, demanding unconditional surrender and release of our hostage, or they will initiate a full-fledged invasion of Town Hall. But I warned them we will take an eye for an eye. She shuddered violently. Marissa, it doesn't sound like you're aiming for de-escalation. I may have lost myself a little. You can't show weakness in the face of state-sanctioned terrorism. She smiled. But I think I have found a solution. Please meet me outside Van Linden's office at 4 when your shift is done. At 4, we gathered on the second floor landing. With Marissa leading the way, we burst into the mayoral office. Van Linden was sitting there, his suit stained, flipping lethargically through a dime novel. Van Linden, get off your blubbery ass. Your time is up. He jumped at the virulence in her voice. But what do you mean? We have given you a week to resign your position. In the meantime, we have resisted attack after attack, not only from your corrupt police force, but also from the National Guard. We have grown tired of waiting. You are to lay down your position as mayor right now. Your time is up. Van Linden's lips curled into an arrogant grimace. So you are becoming desperate. Don't think I can't see what is happening outside. I heard the gunshots earlier today. It's clear that this is a last-ditch effort to force me to relinquish. But do you really think I will bow down to you now, after holding out for so long? Marissa guffawed. Don't fool yourself. We will keep you here for as long as needed. But I have come here to propose you a last offer. If you record a statement today, you'll be out before the sun is down. You'll get to shower and be with your wife. And we will have the police drop all charges pertaining to the Oyster Catcher Lane affair. Her eyes grew cold. But if you refuse, we will have you on water and bread. I will have your room cleared out. No books, no comfort, and no more visits from the Marquis. I have been allowing your chummy drinking sessions for the time being, but if you refuse to cooperate with us, your free hotel stay is over. From today on, your existence will be one of grim deprivation. Van Linden had been listening to her with a cocksure grin on his face. I am sure you're capable of doing all that to me, Marissa, but I am equally sure I will be out of here tomorrow. Haven't you seen the activity outside? They are outfitting an invasion squad. It could begin any moment now. The sound of battering rams against the door, and heavy boots running down the corridors. Do you really think they will take any risks with my safety? They know you are armed. I am sure they will strike with overwhelming force. They won't treat you gently, Marissa, not after what you have cost them. They will want to humiliate you, to hurt you. That's enough. Marissa's eyes were filled with a fearful rage. I won't be spoken to in this manner, not by a hostage. You are at my mercy now. You will do as I say. You will record a statement. A click. All eyes were aimed at Marissa. She had opened up her purse and produced a large handgun. It was Daniel Service's weapon. Nervously, she pointed it at the floor. Don't you understand? When I say you will record a statement, I mean you will record a statement. You should know these monstrous guardsmen shot and killed one of my greatest men. A tear came to her eye. I hope you understand. I hope you understand I have absolutely no qualms about ending your pathetic, miserable life right here, right now. Van Linden had lost his arrogance. He sat looking at her gun with a calm gravity in his eyes. I promise you, I truly promise you, I will execute you in this very room if you refuse to compromise with us right now. She smiled. There, is that what you were waiting for? A little motivation? But Van Linden shook his head. You will not do it, Marissa. You're a smart girl. You know what they will lock you up for life. I can see it in your eyes. You do not have the guts to shoot me. The game's up. Look at him, Abe, acting so tough with a gun pointed at his groin. It's clear he has a death wish. You see it often among dementing old dotards. What do you say, Abe? Should I do this town a great service and make sure he never takes a position of leadership again, much less a position of...
Stream
A real
elements.
fear came to Van
Said.
Linden's eyes.
Stay moist,
Melissa
my
looked
friends,
up after he
hydrate.
pulled the deadly weapon clutched tightly in her fists. And as she posed the question to me, I felt we were on the brink of overstepping a certain metaphysical border into a realm beyond good and evil. A Marissa that stood there was no longer bound by common law. She had become law itself, capable, at that very moment, of deciding between the life and death of her mortal subject. Leopold sat mortified in a corner, wheezing out sharp breaths, but Marissa appeared cooler than she had ever been, her eyes radiating free will and determination. Well, Abe, what will it be? Should I erase this human stain from existence? Send him to God. You are filth, Van Linden, unfiltered human excrement. I wish those girls could have been here to witness this moment. Those girls you exploited, abused, trafficked. But I am proud to be here to avenge them, and I am not ashamed. I will look you straight in the eyes while I do it, Van Linden, he whimpered, because I feel it flowing through my veins, the pure retributive justice that I was born to embody. You deserve eternal death. The world deserves to be cleansed of your influence. She cleared her throat. In summary, Mr. Van Linden, you are hereby convicted of corruption, of bribery, and of involvement in the disappearance of Hannah Sanders and Naomi Mayer. And for these crimes, I condemn you to the penultimate punishment, which is death. Death by my own hands. And without breaking eye contact, she fired a single shot, almost clinically, into the center of his chest. And as Van Linden sank down, falling from his chair, Marissa cast the gun aside as though it had become something repulsive. It fell heavily onto the carpet. That was it, Abe. The end is nigh. I realized the gunshot must have been clearly audible outside. Soon after it was fired, a call came in on the radio, but Marissa cut it off without answering. And besides that, everything was eerily quiet around the perimeter for the remainder of the afternoon. As there wasn't any room in the freezer downstairs, we left Van Linden in his office and locked the door, and then we returned to our regular duties, without speaking on the matter any further. Until at 11, a loud bang shook the council building to its very core. What was that? What's going on? Are they attacking? Leopold came rushing in. It didn't come from outside. The perimeter's all clear. I felt a sinking sensation as I remembered the secret passageway down in the basement. Could it have come from underneath us? Underneath us? You mean like a gas leak? Or worse? We rushed for the basement stairs, where we heard noises. Footsteps, the sound of heavy equipment. They must have tunneled in. Maybe they blew through the concrete. And then the power went out. Around me, everyone erupted in panic. They are inside the premises. We need to defend ourselves. I will get the others. Leopold was off, while Larissa and I stayed behind, listening anxiously to the sounds below that would rapidly become and more distinct. They are approaching, Abe. Let's hide. We slunk into a corridor, and just as we turned the corner, we heard the sound of heavy boots running up the stairs. We made our way through the offices, running in the direction of the entrance gallery, where we hoped to encounter Leopold and the other guards. And behind us, the council building was coming alive with the sound of approaching footsteps. It was clear the National Guard had breached an entry into the basement and was now in the process of launching a full-fledged invasion. And there were shouts ahead of us. Sirens began to blare. Quick, Abe, it's too late to fight back. We need to hide. She grabbed my hand and pulled me into an empty office, where we drove below a desk in order not to be seen. And there we hid, not knowing what else to do. At times we heard sounds of footsteps echoing through the hallways, locks being forced open, cabinets being ransacked. These ruffians, they are making a mess, after all the care we took to keep the council building tidy. But it's to be expected of them. They are organized thugs, legitimized by corrupt order. God, this is what I was fearing all along. The orderly beauty of reason is defenseless against brute violence. They thrive in these conditions, which mimic the natural state, where we live in continual fear and danger of violent death. They are coming for me, Abe. You should have leave now. I don't want you to witness what they will do to me. I am staying with you until the very end. Abe, a sound. Hush now, they are close. We hid, quivering, while the rustling of guardsmen swelled around us. Marissa was crying, and I held her shivering body tightly. And then the sounds abated until the room was cloaked in total silence. Except Marissa. So there you are. Trembling, Marissa looked up. It looks like I have won the grand prize. Martha DeWitt stood over us, grinning viciously. We have found your gruesome handiwork in the mayoral office. I knew a situation like this could only evolve into mindless slaughter. But please don't resist. Please stop resisting. She isn't resisting. DeWitt was silent now, aiming her gun in ecstatic glee. For the following weeks, I felt nothing. I was arrested and they put me on trial for the role I played in the occupation of Town Hall. But I felt nothing. Even though some of us received punishment, Leopold, Bob, and Igor, they found no evidence that I had actively partaken in the occupation effort. So I was released, a free man. And still I felt nothing. It was as though Marissa's extrajudicial murder, no matter how reproachable her actions had been, had snuffed the fragile flame of light that had been kindled in my heart over the past months, leaving me wrapped in a thick shroud of immobilizing darkness. My only fate had become inconsequential to me. I did not care if I was incarcerated or freed, if I lived or died. All was black. In my listless state, I barely registered the events that followed the breaking of the siege. Martha DeWitt was awarded a Medal of Courage for neutralizing the dangerous terrorist Marissa Roosevelt. Mayor Van Linden's death was mourned, but only formally, as the recounts of his transgressions on Oyster Catcher Lane were all too fresh in people's memories. And although it was impossible to try him posthumously, he was considered the main culprit for the missing person cases of Anna Sanders and Naomi Mayer, sullying his legacy forever. New elections were written out, and nothing changed in the political makeup of the town council. Air retained its prior majority and was allowed to appoint a new mayor. This unenviable honor befell Karen Voorhees, who would be taking on the Sisyphean labor of reforging trust and civility within our broken town. But many said she was the least unqualified person for the job. In the meantime, I sat in my room, an empty shell of my former self, going through the motions of everyday life. I would have to retake my final year as I had failed to sit through my exams, but I was fine with that. At the time, I would not have cared if they had forced me to retake high school perpetually. It was in my zombie-like state that I was approached one day while returning home from the store. I felt a hand on my shoulder, followed by a comforting voice. Abe, long time no see. It was Rika. Her presence triggered a certain panic in me, compelling me to flee. But she wouldn't let me go. Abe, I heard what happened to you. I'm sorry for your loss, but it's good to have you back. Abe. I tried to utter a word, but I couldn't speak. I was fighting back tears. Oh, Abe, I know you really cared about Marissa. I'm so sorry everything went the way it went, and I understand if you don't want to see me anymore. But do realize that Marissa was my friend too, even though we had our differences in the end. I wish my last words against her had been spoken in anger. There was pain in her eyes. Please understand, Abe. We are born into this horrid world where we are forced to witness our friends and loved ones die before our very eyes. And at times you may wonder, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Is it worth going on, trudging through this fallen creation where everything of beauty turns to dust, without ever knowing, ever truly knowing, if there is someone who listens to our prayers, our cries of misery that we utter from the deepest pits of despair? But no matter how unbearable it is, at times, the suffering and uncertainty we were made to endure, I choose to believe that it's all worth it, Abe. I choose to believe against all odds that he is there and that he will make all things right.
きっと約束だよいつかまた同じ笑顔で今すぐまっすぐ君のこと探したいけど君が残した人影
I think you are taking this too far. Marissa remained silent, keeping the gun pointed at Van Linden. He sat staring at her, mortified. We can talk. A smile came to Marissa's face, and she lowered the gun. I saw the tension dissipate from Van Linden's body. I have had enough, Marissa. It's been enough. Let's end this tonight. He was crying. We will write out new elections. We will give the town a chance to start over. God, what has happened to us? After Van Linden's surrender, we sat and discussed terms until dinner time. And then we made radio contact with the National Guard, with whom we continued negotiations. There was a lot of friction as the district attorney for the Marsh Polder drove a hard bargain. But in the end, we managed to reach an arrangement that was acceptable for all sides. We agreed to release Van Linden in the morning into the hands of a small group of guardsmen, and in exchange, all participants of the occupation effort would receive full amnesty for all crimes committed. And Van Linden would write out new elections. After updating the others, Marissa and I retreated to the flock chambers, preparing ourselves for the last night of the occupation. We asked Van Linden if he wanted us to keep the door to his office unlocked, but he declined. He said he felt safer that way. Abe, I would like to go for a shower now at the fitness center, but I want you to come with me to guard the door. I feel a little strange now that everything is about to change. We made our way to the fitness center where we had often come to wash ourselves. And while Marissa showered, I waited outside in the hallway, listening to the hypnotizing white noise of falling water. I thought about how we would be out of here tomorrow, free to leave this claustrophobic place behind. And for some reason, the prospect filled me with a creeping dread, as though I was balancing on the precipice of a dizzying chasm. How could I return to my ordinary life after everything that had occurred? I wish I could fly. The water went on for a good 20 minutes before finally coming to a stop. And then I heard a voice through the door. Abe. Yes. Could you come bring me a towel? After fetching a towel, I opened the door. And there she stood, her hair untied and her perfect skin glistening with tiny droplets of water. Marissa, you are... It is fine, Abe. You are allowed to see me this way. You are my husband, after all. She smiled a sad smile. You are beautiful. I hope I can still be your husband after tonight when we are out of here. Yes, I guess. I couldn't help but note the hint of sadness in her voice. Don't you feel that way? Abe, I need to be honest with you. The agreement we made with the National Guard, the whole amnesty deal, in exchange for Van Linden's freedom. What about it? She sighed. It's all a ruse. A ruse? But we were both there. They assured us they would hold up their end of the deal. Yes, but they won't. It's just an excuse for them to enter the building. I will tell you what will happen. Once we let them in tomorrow, there will be a panic, a strange sound, or a sudden movement, and the guardsmen will respond by drawing their weapons. And then they will kill me. Kill you. Yes, it's the only possible outcome. I'm sorry, Abe. I would love to believe their lies, but the negotiations ran far too smoothly. Them asking for an extra night for preparation, it all points to a single outcome. I jumped up. Then we will call off the deal. If it really is a trap, we should renegotiate. She smiled. It's no use. My death is the only possible outcome. I have signed my fate by challenging the kingdom of darkness. We are trapped, surrounded by an overwhelming force. If not tomorrow, they will kill me some other day. Daniel gave them the first taste of blood, and they won't give up until I join him. But I don't want you to worry. As long as you keep your distance from me, you will be safe. They won't hurt a member of the press, even if he has attempted to shed a light on their lies. I am glad I could take this last shower, Abe, and I apologize for taking so long. It's just that I want to be clean when they take in my body. Clean and beautiful, so that they can't spread any rumors. Please just stay with me for now. I want to make this last night together a memorable one. My husband. She handed me a notebook and pen. The fitness center is beautiful, isn't it? But I feel anguish inside. This truly is my guesstimate. Tonight, I'd like you to sit down and write my final statement to the world outside. After I have been killed and all is said and done, I want you to smuggle my last words from the council hall and spread it to the media and my loyal supporters. Because, as inevitable as it is, I believe my impending death may hold a certain liberating potential. I am sure the news of my murder will resonate throughout the masses. I want to rise up into a heavenly sky from where I can act as a shining beacon for billions. I have entered a fateful time of my life where my current actions might influence the future course of High Story. Please write down my words and memorize their content so that they can stir the hearts of a new generation. Silently, I folded open the notepad, and Marissa began to dictate. To all who are alive, this is the story of my life and death. When I came into this world, I was gifted a natural beauty and charm that was easily noticed by others. But although coveted, beauty is not a guarantee for a joyful life. When I was only 8 years old, I lost my father to a fishing accident, and I was thrown into a world of disorder and despair, delivered over to the whims of my domineering mother. I entered the modeling industry at age 16, and in retrospect, I had a certain talent for it. But in reality, I never liked the modeling world. It felt so vapid and meaningless. And although the attention I received was gratifying, it was only aimed at my exterior beauty. I don't believe that is where true beauty lies. True beauty isn't confined to the physical realm. It permeates beyond, as an absolute force that encompasses all of existence. I want to fight for beauty, but only for beauty that infuses all of society with order, truth, and justice. That's why I made my entry into politics, a world so ugly that I thought it would be most benefited by my efforts. Looking at the world around me, I believed this was where I would truly be able to use my charisma for the greater good, and I had my own vision on how to reach this ideal. I wanted to reforge the social contract, the implicit agreement citizens have with their government to exchange part of their individual freedom for collective stability. What followed has been well publicized. I joined Flock 5, reformed the party, and grew its base of support. But that is where I became reckless. My burning passion to improve the world has caused me to stir up forces better left untouched. The world of politics is far uglier than I had imagined, and its ugliness permeates deep into its very core. We have roused legions of enemies that lie waiting at the gates. Former allies have returned against us, and now our own are being slaughtered in cold blood. I was naive to think that I could transform this rotten world so rapidly. The flickering candle that once represented our movement, after flaring up momentarily into a burning brazier, is fading again, browbeaten by tormenting winds of corruption, likely to die out before long. But this is the fate of all democratic movements that try to bring about change from within. They are counteracted by the same forces that profit from its corruption, the group of bullies and ruffians from which kings are chosen, the kind of people that killed Daniel. There is no hope left for me. I will die inevitably, but there is still hope for my ideal of beautiful righteousness. Our movement in the future must not fall to the trappings of democracy. Righteous leadership should abolish democracy so that it won't be countered by reactive forces. The only thing that can save humanity is to create an authority that is qualitatively and quantitatively far greater than anything else. United in the social contract, humanity must mandate a sovereign that is so powerful that it can be destroyed by none other than God Himself, the Leviathan. If we act relentlessly in the interest of the people, it should be possible to successfully confront the reactionary forces of corruption, the withering kingdom of darkness that only inspires violence and decay. I will die a violent death. It is what I have always feared. I would have loved to be the strong and unwavering leader that would turn this world of chaos and despair into one of order and beauty, that would rule over it with a divine radiance of enduring justice, to serve as an unwavering sovereign, using her absolute power only for good. But I have awoken from that dream. All around me is pitch black night. Larissa stopped dictating. Her breath was heavy, as though she were under extreme strain. That's it, Abe. You can stop writing now. I closed the notepad. She was quivering. I'm cold. It's time for me to get dressed. Thank you for writing down my final words. This should be enough for our followers to act on. I can die in peace. She sat looking at me with tears in her eyes. Larissa, I don't want you to die. She ignored my words. I say we escape tonight, the two of us. We can start a new life together. She shook her head. It's too late, Abe. I'm trapped. I won't make it out of here alive. But that's not true. I couldn't hide the excitement in my voice. There's a means of escape. Larissa, you have got to believe me. There's a tunnel in the basement. I found it yesterday. It leads out of here to a place far behind the police perimeter. She turned to me. Are you kidding? No, it's true. I will show you. Although I had initially seen a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she slumped down. No, Abe. Even though I believe you, there's no escape for me. You have read my final statement. My death is inevitable for the future of our movement. By demonstrating where I failed, a future leader will be able to set out a true path to victory. My ideal is far more important than my own well-being, Abe. I am willing to put down my life at this point. But don't you remember what Daniel said? His dying words. He told you to make it out of here alive. Marissa, there's been enough bloodshed. The movement doesn't need 2 more tears. Daniel. We can't let Daniel's sacrifice be in vain. We owe it to him to continue the fight. Slowly, the expression in her eyes changed. A secret tunnel, you say? I wouldn't mind taking a look. Marissa put on her clothes, and then we headed for the basements. It's so big. Did you know I had never been down here before? Not many council members have. I led her to the end of the corridor where the secret hatch was hidden. I moved away the poster and removed the iron bar. God, a hidden passageway. Our defenses were wide open all along. You would think someone must have known about this. I opened the hatch so that the tunnel became visible. I could feel a slight draft coming from outside. This leads outside. Are you sure of that? Yes, it takes you into town. We will be able to escape unseen. She sniffed suspiciously. What if it's a trap? There could be guardsmen outside waiting to kill us. I stared at her without saying a word. I guess in that case I will have my martyrdom after all. It's okay, Abe. We will do it. Please let me go first. Before leaving for the basement, Marissa had scribbled a note for the others explaining why we were planning to escape and presenting them with the 2 options at hand. Either taking their chances with the National Guard or escaping through the tunnel. We had left the note at an obvious location where they would find it during the changing of the guard. And so we entered the tunnel, creeping silently like mice. And after about 10 minutes, we reached a long ladder that led in an upward direction. Marissa went up first, as quietly as she could. I could hear her sliding away a manhole cover, and then there was a beam of light. It's all clear. You can come up. Suddenly we were outside. I felt dizzy, my knees wobbling. Abe, can you smell the fresh air? There were tears in her eyes. We are outside. I wanted to drop down and kiss the earth, and dance and hug trees and do other embarrassing stuff. But Marissa stopped me. Come on, we shouldn't hang around. Let's head for the station. While Marissa hid in the toilets, I went to buy tickets, and then we boarded the morning train to Riversburg. There, Marissa bought a pair of sunglasses as she was wary of the train conductor giving her a strange look. From Bremersburg, we kept on traveling in southbound direction, crossing wide rivers and the Belgian border, and switching on to different buses and trains, while the landscape around us gradually became more wooded and hilly. And we didn't stop until we reached a small town in the Ardennes forest named March and Venin, and there we checked into a small hotel that was run by friends of Marissa's. And this is where we have been staying for the past months, biding our time and keeping a low profile. We kept track of the news from Abbotsford about the raid of Town Hall and the subsequent arrest of Marquis Leopold. The nobleman had stayed behind alone, keeping Van Linden company until the National Guard arrived. Bob and Igor had chosen to escape via the secret tunnel and were still at large. As Marissa had predicted, Leopold was not granted amnesty and he was subjected to a well-publicized trial for insurrection. But he had been able to hire a good lawyer who knew how to play to end to his old age and inept nature, affording him the opportunity to sit out his 18-month sentence under house arrest. And while we waited, I spent most of my time turning Marissa's final statement that I had taken with me during our escape into a full-fledged political autobiography. While I wrote, Marissa made countless phone calls with supporters throughout Europe, and even though we were surrounded by forest-clad mountainsides, we didn't leave our apartment much, out of fear of being recognized. But that was okay, as we had become well accustomed to confined spaces. I think we're done, Abe. The publisher has greenlit our latest changes to the manuscript. Now all we have to do is wait for the book release next month. The internet has been exploding with rumors of my potential return to politics, and I have received countless interview requests. It will be quite the circus. Don't you think this will blow our cover? It will, Abe. I'm sure it will. But we can't hide here forever. I'm not afraid. It looks like Block 5 will achieve a landslide victory in the national elections next winter. The media circus surrounding our occupation, followed by Daniel's martyring and my book release. These things combined have truly given our movement the unstoppable momentum to succeed in the national arena. Flock will be part of government soon. I can feel it. I will be Prime Minister. That's even better than Mayor of Abbotsford. Oh, Abe, I was thinking about giving you a post in my cabinet, maybe as Public Communications Minister. You have been pivotal in fostering my cult of personality. After all, I chuckled. There goes my quiet life on the sidelines. I need you to tell my story, Abe, to show the public who I really am, that I have our country's best intentions in mind. They deserve someone who can poke through the lies that will undoubtedly surface. I am sure you will do a wonderful job. There's no one who knows me as intimately as you. My husband. And while the call of the tufted woodpecker resounded through the valley, her eyes shivered with transcendent idealism that, albeit laced with an unmitigated will to power, appeared contagious and sincere. Europe would soon be at our feet. Like the law and the contract binding us, my love for you is eternal. Uh, I will, and I promise to keep quiet. That's wonderful, Abe. Having you on our team makes me feel confident that we will be able to ensure Naomi's safe return. I can't wait to show you the evidence we have found thus far. And guess what? We are going to the shore again. Rita chuckled. May's right, and looks like our trail leads to library. Let's go home to get some rest. We have a long journey ahead of us. The next day we met up at the Ichthus building. Rika had instructed us to pack our bags for a short stay at the inn in Ribery, but she had promised it would be no more than 2 nights, so that we would be back in time for finals. I need to pick up a few supplies. After that, we'll be off to the station. I need to pick. Rika led us through the nave of the church to the stairs that led to the catacombs below. A death-like stench enveloped us. May and I waited in the corridor as Rika entered one of the crypts. She returned after a minute, carrying a package in her hand that was wrapped loosely in white linen. What have you got there? These? Just some old garments. You can try them on if you would like, but not until we reach our destination. What do we need them for? You will see. We headed back through the catacombs and up the stone staircase, and as I watched Rika lead the way, clutching the elongated linen-clad package under her arm, I couldn't dispel the suspicion that I had seen it somewhere before. We boarded the commuter train to Ribery. The fields we passed through were no longer filled with brightly colored tulips, but had been painted green by wheat saplings that raised their heads trepidly above the soil. I managed to arrange a room at the inn. My parents were uncooperative at first, as the tourist season will soon be upon us, but I assured them it was for an important cause. And then yesterday, when they heard you were tagging along, they suddenly insisted we take a second room. She giggled. It's interesting how quick things can turn around, isn't it? Remind me to thank your family for their generosity. Spring break was the first time I have ever stayed at a hotel. And guess what? This trip will be the second time I ever stay at a hotel. Gosh, May, isn't that uncanny? After the train rolled into Rhinebury Station, we made our way into the inn. Here, Abe, you get the fancy twin bedroom all to yourself. I will share the family room with May. I assume you girls will be keeping each other warm tonight. Rika glowered at me. Hey, now we're here, I want to go to the beach. To the beach. I don't know. It won't be long until dinner time. But I want to go. We won't get another chance. I heard a storm will roll in tonight. Okay, May, it's fine, but I can't join you. I'm afraid I have some phone calls to make. Abe, please accompany her, and don't let her out of your sight. Shrill cries of seagulls rang out over the sound of lapping waves. The lake was as docile as it had ever been. I bet that storm you were talking about was just a ruse to get out from under Rika's watchful gaze. May pouted. No, not at all. There's really going to be a storm tonight. I heard it on the radio. I always listen to Rocky's Mineral Mystery Hour, and they have news and weather halfway through the show, every Sunday from 2 till 3. She bit her lower lip. Don't tell Rika I use my radio on a Sunday. I grinned. Well, I seems like we're caught up in quite a mystery at the moment, and I don't think Rocky will be able to help us out with this one. Looks like it. I feel like a modern day Miss Marple investigating a missing persons case on the English Riviera. You know, this could be the Riviera. I looked at the water, which was colored an opaque dark blue. If you close your eyes completely, it's just like Rika, you know, to take us on an adventure like this. She would always set up scavenger hunts for me when we were little. I remember one time she staged the abduction of Sniffy, my toy rabbit. Sniffy was my favorite stuffed toy, but one morning he was gone from my bed, and all that was left was a ransom note and some clues for me to follow. I really didn't like it at the time. Even though I managed to follow all the clues, I was crying for the entire length of the adventure. But once I finally found Sniffy, locked up in a cage in the backyard, I cried tears of joy. In the end, I realized it was Rika's way of showing affection. To go through all that trouble just to set up a scavenger hunt for me. I truly was grateful to have such a friend. The sadistic joys of true friendship. She nudged me in vain anger. So you must have been anxious, breaking in at Oyster Catcher Lane with Rika. It feels out of character for you. Breaking in. I didn't know we were breaking in. Rika has the key, you know? My heart skipped a beat. She has the key. The key to the apartment at Oyster Catcher Lane. How on earth did she get her hands on that? May looked at me wide-eyed. I don't know. I'm sorry, Abe. Maybe I'm a bad detective. Then she swooped down and threw handfuls of sand at me. I'm the sand lion. Prepare for my attacks. We horsed around in the afternoon sun until way past dinner time. And for the first time since Naomi's disappearance, I managed to distract my mind from my depressive thoughts. After dinner, I retreated to my room. The twin bedroom was a lot fancier than the one I had occupied with Bernard during Easter break, and I had stretched out on the freshly made bed, basking in the prospect of not having to share it with anyone. The whole trip felt so surreal to me. The strange sense of urgency, Rika's mysterious behavior. I found it difficult to imagine that I would be back at school again in 2 days, suffering under the stress of back-to-back exams. After about half an hour, there was a knock at the door. Abe, are you decent? I'm always decent. Rika slipped into my room. May fell asleep. She must have worn herself out at the beach. A trip like this is very exciting for her. All the mystery. She smiled. I guess we will have to keep each other company. Now that the occasion had arisen, I decided to ask Rika something that had been on my mind. So, Rika, why did we come here? To Rybury. I love it here, the narrow streets, and the inn. It's so old you can hear it creaking with every footstep. But at the same time, this place is filled with inconsolable grief. Just imagine what it must have been like in the past, when ships passed by, when the lake was still a sea, stormy and wild. But I digress. We came here to wait, Abe, to wait for our ship to arrive. Outside, it had begun raining. Heavy drops clattered against the window. It looked like a storm would come after all. Abe, I'm tired of all this waiting. I thought I would get to hold a pajama party with May in our room, but she's fast asleep. Don't we have a hard time on Earth? I have been suffering months of listlessness and nights of misery. When I lie down, I think, how long before I get up? The night drags on, and I toss and turn until dawn. I was growing tired of Rika's avoidant behavior, so I grabbed hold of her hand and asked her once more. Rika, why did we come here? What does this place have to do with Naomi's disappearance? She sighed. I told you, we are waiting on our ship to arrive. I know where Naomi's being held, but it's not here. It's somewhere on the lake. She's being held. By who? Suddenly, the door flew open with a crash. I saw him, Rika. I was in a sea cave with beautiful stalactites. The water was sloshing around my ankles. May's eyes were wide open. She was speaking at great speed and with panic in her voice. As the sea came in behind me, I kept running deeper into the cave, searching for a dry spot, and the cave widened until it became a large grotto. But the water only rose higher, and that's when it appeared. The serpent, at least 100 feet long, its winding body covered in scales. It lifted its head high into the sky, looking at me with scary eyes that burned red in the dark. Rika, why did you leave me alone? I was scared. All the lights were off. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. You shouldn't have read me that scary Bible story before bed about the word that gnaws at our feet and never dies. We sat with May for almost an hour until she had stopped quivering. And after that, the girls returned to their room together. Alone again, I brushed my teeth and got ready for bed, intending to turn in early. But as I lay in bed, I tossed and turned, thinking about what Rika had said about Naomi being held somewhere on the lake. And I wondered if Anna had been held there as well, before being trafficked off to a distant port. It was past midnight when I heard the door go open again. May's fast asleep now. I left on a light and locked the door. She could be such a crybaby. She's always been. But we won't let that ruin our trip together. Move over. I'm getting cold. She slipped into the bed and crept up against me. Comforted by her radiating body heat, I soon sank into a pitch black sleep, wholly devoid of gnawing serpents. Next morning, Ryebury was overcast with graphite skies. Unruly winds made their way along the facade of the inn, penetrating the nooks and crannies and chilling us to the bone. Contrary to yesterday, Rika insisted we go to the shore to watch the roaring waves. We waited for an interval between the showers and set off for the beach. Look at these waves. They are frightening. I'm going to go search for starfish. They always wash ashore during storms. Good luck finding them in sweet water. You never know. And May was off, trailing the coastline and screaming in excitement each time a big wave hit her feet. I assume our ship won't arrive today, during a storm like this. You think? It's a seaworthy boat. A breeze like this won't even touch it. Tell me, Abe, do you get seasick easily? I gulped nervously, imagining how a boat would be tossed around like a child's toy on waves like this. The storm of the Lord goes forth in wrath, a continuous tempest that swirls down violently on the heads of the wicked.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
The, the fierce anger of the Lord will not turn back until he fully accomplishes the intents of his heart. In the latter days you will come to understand this. Imagine waves like these gnawing at Port Abbott's cemetery, gradually eating away at the land, pulling along human remains and gravestones in the process, like a creeping water burial. Very poetic. Speaking of burial, what did happen to those skulls we returned from Leyden University a fortnight ago? Will the church be organizing a ceremony of some kind? Rika smiled. All in due time. To be honest, I've been admiring them every day since our return. I can't stop staring into my beautiful sister's eyes, touching her rosy cheek, brushing my hand through her hair. I chuckled uncomfortably. My father calls it a morbid obsession. He has forbidden me from keeping the skulls in my room any longer. He wants them to be interred in their crypt as soon as possible. But to be fair, I have been stalling. It's unfair how he scolds me. After all, I am the one who did all the hard work. Together with you, of course. When I'm with those skulls, I feel whole inside. It's as though I can see my ancestors standing before me. Rika was shouting to be heard above the noise of the storm. You know, there is a physical feature that's endemic to the native inhabitants of our island. A certain narrowness of the jaw, combined with hollow eyes. If you know what to look for, you'll see it all around you, but only in families originally from Abbott. She closed her mouth and stared at me for a second while holding her chin. I haven't, do you see? And Naomi does, but only faintly. Academics like Peter Housing would likely dismiss it as a product of insular inbreeding, but personally, I'm proud to carry the traits of my ancestors. And when I look at those scores, the trait is there so prominently in a much stronger and purer form than I had ever held imaginable. I had never gotten the chance to examine the schools up close on that night when we captured them from the anthropology department, but I was reminded of Peter's words. I have seen these schools, Mika. They are no longer normal schools. I promise I will return them to the earth. I promise I will do it before the moon is full. It's what they long for. It's what they deserve. But I want to spend a few more days in the presence of my beautiful sister, her macabre, otherworldly beauty. I feel like I have longed for her companionship for as long as I have existed. Poor Naomi. I hope the storm doesn't disturb her. She has a timid side, you know. I had realized. Abe, Rika, I'm all wet. Before stood May, shivering from head to toe. She had been playing in the surf without any regard for the thundering waves and the steadily intensifying rain, and now she looked miserable, like a drenched kitten. May, I told you to take good care of yourself. We only packed you 2 outfits, remember? We dragged a wailing May back to the inn, where she changed into her pajamas. And then we warmed ourselves in the common room, while the rain and the wind continued to wreak havoc outside. I asked Rika if she wanted to read through the biology syllabus with me, but she waved it away disinterestedly, and we waited, although I was uncertain for what. The next morning, I awoke to Rika's beaming face. Our ship has arrived. She made us put on our clothes and clear out our rooms. You can store your luggage in the cabinet in the hall. We will pick it up when we return, but we have to vacate our rooms now before the cleaning crew arrives. Outside, I noticed it had become completely windless. There wasn't even a ripple on the surface of the lake, which lay still like an immaculate membrane of cyan ink, almost as though yesterday's storm had been a figment of my imagination. Ryebury has a small harbor, mainly used for pleasure yachts and the occasional fishing trawler. Skillfully, Rika led us along the docks until she held still at the waterside. There it is. To be honest, I wasn't exactly sure what I had been expecting. Maybe a ferry running a shipping service to a different port, or a small motorboat that we would be able to steer ourselves. And even that had been overshadowed by the niggling suspicion that there wasn't any boat at all, and that Rika had been leading us on. But there in the harbor lay a wooden frigate with unfurled sails. It showed few signs of modern refurbishing, as though it had been constructed as a replica of a historical vessel. Please feel welcome aboard the Morning Star. Rika reached out her hand and guided us, May first, then me, across the narrow gateway. She's a beauty, isn't she? A clipper built in 1834. Please pay attention to the hand-carved railings, the rigging, the authentic iron cast cannons. While Rika showed us around the vessel, we heard the sounds of moorings being cast off, and very slowly the ship departed the harbor, sailing out onto the lake. Look, Abe, can you see that speck in the distance? It looks like we are sailing directly to the humming stone. As I strained my eyes, I could, indeed, see a black spot on the horizon. I hope we don't run aground there. We wouldn't want the demons to come and feast on our bodies. From the way she spoke, I could make out that even May, notwithstanding her lively imagination, wasn't impressed by the rewards that surrounded the humming stone. I bet the captain knows these waters. Hey, Rika, who's sailing this ship anyway? She looked up at me. There's a two-headed crew. They stay below decks in their own quarters. They don't speak our language, you see, but they know how to steer a ship. I wouldn't worry about running aground. After sailing for the better part of an hour, Ryburn Harbor had disappeared in the distance. We were surrounded by water on all sides, for as far as the eye could see. Big lake, isn't it? Yes, I expected it to be able to see the opposite shore by now, but it's only expanded. This trip is getting boring. Even the seagulls that were following us have headed back to the harbor. I continued peering into the distance, trying to discern a trace of dry land, or maybe a sign of the great floodgates that boarded off the lake in the north. But the longer I looked out at the horizon, the more hypnotizing the flickering sunlight became that reflected off the water's surface. Rika, I'm not feeling very well. It's okay, Abe. You can go for a lie down in one of the cabins below. I will wake you up as soon as we arrive. Below decks, it felt as though the ship was floating on air. Rika had directed me to a small one-person cabin which had been furnished tastefully in turn-of-the-century style. I figured this boat was chartered regularly for private cruises. I had to lie down as my mind was growing too foggy for coherent thought. A blue mist encircled my head. I felt myself sinking away in my mattress as I became aware of a thin line drawn over my retina. Or maybe it wasn't a line, but more of a border between two similar shades of blue. So similar in intensity that they almost appeared as one. But no matter how close they were, the line remained, burnt into my vision. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the sun was setting. Even though I could only have drifted off for a minute or two, the room was filled with the orange glow of twilight. Then I closed my eyes again, but no matter how much I tried, I couldn't return to those fields of blue, and the thin line had disappeared from my vision entirely. Rika and May appeared in my room. They sat down at my bedside. I wonder what kind of trouble Naomi had gotten herself into. It's so unlike her to get involved with shady figures. Even just thinking about it gives me shivers. Naomi, oh, you have the wrong idea about her. She used to be shy, but I think she liked the attention these rich old men were giving her. For such a studious girl to come into grace with a group like that. Suddenly, she wasn't so responsible after all. Watch and pray lest you enter into temptation. For the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. I think you were right. Naomi did change. She started wearing her skirts higher, and I saw her put on lip gloss once. It took so little to turn that stuck-up little church girl into a slut. She must have really indulged those lecherous old men who fawned over her maidenhood. A slut. Naomi always was a slut. I was carried away to granite halls steeped in turquoise light. This place was like a mausoleum, with pillars and stone portals topped with pointed pediments, and I was surrounded by a viscous, sickening fog, so thick it made it hard to breathe. I wandered around for countless hours, but I found no sign of an exit. How long would I remain trapped inside this hellish dream necropolis, rotting in darkness? I awoke drenched in sweat, my room still steeped in the same orange glow. I moved into a sitting position in order to look out of the portholes, but all I could see was endless water. Groggily, I made my way up to deck. Good morning, Abe. You must have been tired. Good morning. Wait, is it morning? Have we been sailing all night? I don't think so. Look over there. It's the humming stone. It's closer by than yesterday, but we haven't passed it yet. I could see small waves lapping up against a submerged rock, not too far ahead of us. Not much later, Rika joined us. It appears that we have reached our destination, and then the sea was no more. It happened very suddenly. As we approached the rock formation, I saw a small wave make its way out from the humming stone, and as it traveled forth to our ship, the wave grew in size until it broke, and as it curled over, it appeared to unfold a contained region of the lake, and what used to be the humming stone opened up into a skerry made up of large rocks surrounded by beach. It was its own contained island, which that had somehow remained invisible behind the horizon when viewed from the shore at Library. And I didn't even question my eyes because it looked so natural. It was as though the lake had created a mirage for us, hiding a small island among the shadowy play of waves and glittering sunlight. Without pausing, the boat moored. After wading ashore, we stood upon the deserted beach for a moment, taking in the sight. May had already run off to explore. The humming stone is quite a sight from up close. I am glad the demons did not come out to eat us. May had been running around the rock formation, pausing at times to call out an interesting feature. It looks like volcanic stone, but has been worn smooth by the water. I don't understand how rocks like this could appear down here, so far away from a fault line. Would they have been deposited during the Ice Age? They are far too big. She gestured at the base of the formation, shaking her head pensively. And I don't see any glacial striation marks. They could have been polished off by the water. Realizing her insights were wasted on us, she ran back to inspect one of the larger stone clusters. Come, Abe, let's follow May's example. There's a cave entrance over there. We stepped through the entrance and entered a large chamber. Inside lay a pool of inky black water, from which a standing stone emerged that appeared to have been erected by human hands. My mind was still hazy. I wondered if these events were truly taking place, or if they were a continuation of my feverish dream aboard the Morning Star. Rika smiled ponderously, her pink dress trailing through the shallow water. She put her hand up to the standing stone. We are close, but we have one more leg of the journey to complete. Please go outside and fetch May. I stepped outside. Abe, there you are. It doesn't make sense. This can't be volcanic rock after all. It appears to be a rare diorite formation. I have never seen anything like it. I took her by the hand. Come on, May. Rika says there's still a way to go. Abe, May, please be wary of this pool. It may look shallow around the edges, but the center provides passage toward the deepest regions of the lake. For the following part of our journey, we will have to dive. I saw the blood drain from May's face. To dive? Don't worry, May. I know you're not too keen on swimming, but I promise you will be safe. You won't even have to hold your breath. She folded her hands in prayer. Let not the water flood overflow me, neither let the deep swallow me up, and let not the pit shut her mouth upon me. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. Come to me, May, and I will fill you with the breath of life. Hesitantly, May approached her friend, and then Rika grabbed her, holding her in embrace, before planting a single firm kiss directly on May's mouth. Did I get that in time? Okay, anyway. What? Rika, what did you do? This isn't a middle school sleepover. Rika smiled and then she turned to me. Now it's your turn, Abe. Please don't read anything into this. She approached me and got on tiptoes. I felt her heartbeat as she tilted her head. I closed my eyes, and the second her lips touched mine, I felt an indescribable surge pass through my being, like an ancient wind blowing up from time immemorial, and I felt my lungs fill up until they were burning in my chest. She broke the kiss. Please follow me into the deep. There's nothing to be afraid of. The water's surface felt like no more than a thin film as I passed through it. It was as though I could see my own body floating in a submerged abyss. Rika was calling me up at me, her voice sounding only slightly muffled. Open your mouth. Let in the water. I held my breath instinctively. How suddenly I had been torn from my day-to-day existence to be subjected to these extraordinary experiences. The surreal boat trip, the emerging isle, Rika's kiss. They must be fabrications of my overloaded mind, bringing me into a strange state of stress-induced psychosis, where the lines between dream and reality are blurred. I returned inside my body, as I could tell was on the brink of giving in to Rika's commands. Open your mouth. Try breathing. What? It was all I could bring out in my paralyzing confusion. But the second I opened my mouth, the water surged in, far heavier than I had expected. And in my panic, I inhaled. Gallons of cold water rushed down my windpipe. I felt my mouth and nostrils fill up, and then everything eased into place. The pressure fell away from my skull, and I stopped experiencing upward push. Had Rika's kiss done this to me? Or was this what drowning felt like? All became dark around me. I was descending into an underwater crevice, not swimming, but crawling, using my hands to pull myself down. I looked up at May, who was holding onto my leg. I could barely discern her shape in the murky water, but I felt her hands tremble with fear, and I had lost all sight of Rika, but I could hear her shouting up directions. Narrow passage ahead, beware of sea urchins, by which I could make out that she wasn't far ahead. And the deeper we dove, the more slanted the underwater cave became, until we were walking almost weightless over the rocky cavern floor. And then the crevice opened up onto the expanse of the lake. Compared to the darkness through which we had come, the open water shone with a dazzling light that broke through the surface. Feast your eyes on this. As she spoke the words, a bubble emanated from her mouth. Down here, the lake is teeming with life. There, if you look quickly, you can see a school of sticklebacks disappearing from sight. Wow, Rika, so you really can breathe underwater. I thought that was just something you made up to frighten me. The breath of life is amazing, isn't it? It opens up all of the world to us. My grandmother had it, and her grandmother before her, but they could do a lot more. I'm afraid our blood is running thin. Follow me. She set off, swimming straight out into the deep water. May and I had to strain ourselves to keep up with her. Below me, I saw the sandy lake floor, which was littered with green water plants that rose up around us. At one time, we passed by what looked like a shipwreck, but it appeared to have been lying there for a long time. With the sun illuminating the expanse of the lake, The world was steeped in a magnificent blue light. I admired Rika, how gracefully she floated through the water, her pink dress spanning around her like the frayed fins of a Siamese fish. The floor here had become verdant, covered with a forest of water plants the likes of which I had never seen. After a good hour of swimming, the lake began to deepen. Rika paused for a second to let us catch up. We traversed the deepest depths of the lake. I saw countless fish flying above us like birds, eels, flounders, a large solitary pike. But before I could pay the subaquatic fauna much notice, my attention was drawn by an anomaly in the distance. It was a cluster of natural monoliths and ridges jutting out of the lake floor that I had initially dismissed as yet another rock formation, but that gained certain deliberate characteristics the closer we approached it. I saw pinnacles and a dome-like formation that looked like an underwater laccolith. Some clusters were larger in size, with smaller auxiliary shapes surrounding them in a concentric pattern. And what struck me most was their stature, because I had initially failed to realize how far away they were. But as we traveled closer, for half an hour at least, they kept growing, to the point where I was sure the cluster had the size of a small city. While, from a distance, the formation had looked entirely natural, to me crafted by some kind of seismic event. Now that we would approach its first vistas, I was no longer so sure. The rock outcroppings were made up of a kind of dark quartz that was tangled and twisted together as though originating from the roots of a giant tree, and interspersed between the veins of quartz were pieces of glowing amber. Although the general layout of the expanse was roughly symmetrical, the stone cones and ridges stretched out irregularly and unevenly, flowing out in loops at some dead ends, and forming eerie knots and patterns. We swam over miles and miles of stone until we approached the center, where a great pinnacle protruded from the lake floor. Here, the shapes became more regular, and I began to detect what looked like towers and bridges carved into the stone, as though these cliffs had once provided habitation to some kind of antediluvian society. We swam over crazily scattered buildings that cast jagged shadows into the sand, and hidden alcoves that I imagined housed unspeakable horrors. Menacing spires and watchtowers moving over us like dark monuments, gothic and twisted in appearance. And the great pinnacle towered above it all, massive, at least 100 stories high, raining into the lake floor like a feverish hallucination. And at that moment, I came to the maddening realization that, although this underwater metropolis was clearly the product of some kind of deliberate design, it was definitely not man-made. The world around me faded to black. I awoke inside an abandoned tomb. The walls here were crafted from heavy stonework, made in an intricate manner, as though each piece had been cut to size. There were sheets on the floor, and a single black box that contained the belongings I had had on me when I arrived. A bright blue light shone from the large window that covered an entire wall of my room, but it looked out over a confined courtyard. It was clear that I was somewhere inside the sunken city. The girls must have brought me here after I had passed out, but they themselves were nowhere to be found. Opposite the window there was a large door. When I pushed against it with all my might, it gave way slowly, millimeters at a time. Once it had been opened far enough to let through a small sliver of light, I caught a glimpse of a long corridor on the other side that gave way to multiple doors. But the sight filled me with an irrational terror. and I shrunk back into my room without opening it any further. At times, as I sat there waiting for someone to show up, I forgot that I was underwater. There was no way to see the lake's surface from here. It was as though I had been captured in my own private universe. Rika, out of nowhere, she looked different. Her hair glowed with a turquoise sheen, and she was wearing white, loose-fitting robes that reminded me of a ceremonial gown. Abe, I'm glad to see you are feeling better. For untrained swimmers, the journey can be exhausting, but you will have oceans of time to recuperate down here. She giggled. May is sleeping in a room much like yours. You will see her again once she's rested. Rika, there was a playful mystery in her eyes, as though she were enjoying my state of confusion. What is this place? I have always wanted to take you here. Up, up on land, we call it Gi Ilgirith, the Radiant Outpost, although that's just an approximation of its actual name, which can only be pronounced in the pitch languages of the deep that travel for thousands of miles but are imperceptible to human ears. I am afraid the outpost is in a sorry state. This used to be a vibrant merchant port where the envoys of the deep would mingle with men to trade supplies and secrets and other things. But alas, after this arm of the sea was closed off and turned into a lake, the envoys of the deep retreated to more saline waters, and the outpost was abandoned. And abandoned it has lain here for decades, as a testament to our severed bonds. Abe, I must be overwhelming you. I have to take care of some busyness right now. Please wait here. I will return to explain my plans before long. And in a blink of an eye, she disappeared, as though her presence had been no more than a dream. I slept for many more hours, but when I awoke, I wasn't rested. And then I spent more time trying to push open the door until the crack was large enough for me to fit through. Suppressing my initial fear, I ventured out into the corridor, intending to see if May was in one of the rooms adjacent to mine. But all the rooms nearby were empty, and some of the doors were too heavy to be opened at all. There was an omnipresent blue light that permeated everything, that shone from the doorways and skylights above. I wondered if this was daylight that somehow filtered through from the surface, but I had no way of knowing. I took out my in-room key that I had forgotten to return on our departure and placed it just outside my door as a marker, although I wondered if it really mattered to which room I returned. And then I set off following the corridor. I stopped at times to feel at the doors that I passed, but those that opened gave way to no more than what I had seen before. After passing at least 30 doors, the corridor opened out onto a grand gallery. This part of the sunken city was far more elaborately adorned than the simple hallway from which I had emerged. It was done up in a strange mash of human and otherworldly architectural styles. I marveled at Romanesque arches and Victorian paneling, all lit by two rows of glowing torches that produced an omnipresent blue light. But despite the beauty of my surroundings, this place was undeniably steeped in a monumental quality that reminded me of the austere minimalism of Egyptian mausoleums. Cautiously, I began to follow the grand gallery in up direction. On the walls, I saw inscriptions in unknown glyphs and bas reliefs featuring humans and large sea creatures intertwined. I felt a creeping sensation of dread, Even though Rika had not explicitly forbidden me from leaving my room, I felt I was overstepping my boundaries. I passed hypostyle halls, their walls lined with colossal sarcophagi with the likeness of their occupants engraved on them, and I passed countless portals and intersecting hallways. And finally, the Grand Gallery came out on a circular peristyle court that was surrounded by a large columned arcade. But these columns were unlike any column I had seen before. They were contorted and skewed like the tentacles of the giant beast. Beyond them lay an arena of white sand, and in the center loomed a massive pillar. Singular and slightly angled, it towered so high that its top was obscured by the roof of the arcade under which I stood. But with each step forward, it revealed more of itself, and as I stepped out from under the arches of the peristyle, I established an unobstructed view of the tower in all its magnitude. After looking up, I immediately shrank back, because I realized that where the water surface above me should have been, there was now only a dark green void, like an endless dimension of time and space. And from where I stood, that cyclopean tower rose up, pitch black, into that void of the unknown, and it showed no sign of ever ending, or even tapering off, as though it stretched out into infinity. I was so overcome by the sight that I threw myself against the floor, crawling away, slowly at first, until I reached the threshold of the Grand Gallery. Then I got up on my feet and began to run. Up the gallery at lightning speeds, and I ran so fast that I missed my own corridor, but I turned back before long, retracing my steps until I reached the intersection again, and I followed it, running past scores of doors until I saw something flickering in the distance. My room key. Rika, you startled me. She giggled. I apologize for making you wait. I hope you have not been bored. The outpost is a lifeless place, it has seen better times, and it will see better times. I promise. We do not know who built the outpost. Some say it was created on the surface by men of ancient races, before being washed away by the giant flood. But from the deep come whispers of metropoles far greater than Gilgirith, although they are inhospitable to humans, to the point where our minds would crumble at their sight. Abe, we were the chosen people before the sea was murdered. They were such a close relations between the Isle of Avon and the envoys of the deep. 4/5 of the earth is covered by oceans. The dry world is such a small part of our planet that we should be honored they would even take notice of our insignificant presence. She moved closer. Abe, I want you to forget all your preconceived notions. But then she halted. You must be tired. Let's sleep together. Marika brought forth a high-pitched whistling sound, and immediately the lights dimmed. We crept between the sheets of fabric that lay in the corner of my room, and then she was everywhere. Her hair grew to unnatural lengths, and it coiled itself around my arms and body, and I felt her all over me, as if she were at countless places at the same time, as if my entire world was Rika. And as her excitement grew, her throat brought forth ecstatic gurgling sounds that penetrated my being, and for a second it was as though I felt a fleeting sensation of hope. When I awoke, my room was filled with that incandescent blue light again, and Rico was gone. Ever since moving into the sunken city, my sense of day and night had been confused completely, to the point where I was losing track of time itself. I waited for an eternity, but there was no sign of Rika, and so I set out once more. Like last time, I placed my in-room key just beyond the threshold of the door. Although I had no intention of revisiting the giant column that had sent me in a state of frenzied panic during my previous excursion, I made my way in the direction of the Grand Gallery once again, and I noticed that the journey seemed to take far longer than last time, and I counted at least 50 doors before coming to the intersection with the Grand Gallery. I figured I must have miscounted last time, likely due to the excitement. I was beginning to feel out of breath, so I paused for a second, inhaling slowly to regain my senses. But I felt a heavy weight pressing against my chest, and no matter how much I inhaled, my breathlessness didn't subside. And then the realization struck me like a passenger train. I was still at the bottom of a massive basin of water. I had never stopped to think of the implications. Tons and tons of brackish liquid were pushing down on me from every side. And through some kind of strange hypnosis, I had pulled through, living down here as though I were breathing outside air. But it was against all known laws of nature. This state couldn't last indefinitely. My respiratory system was bound to come to its senses after a certain amount of time. I began to panic. I felt my throat burn. I was trapped down here. I would definitely suffocate. My chest was tensing up. And then a massive muscular contraction pulsed through my nervous system, contorting my entire body in a violent spasm. I reeled, gasping for breath, my eyes bulging from their sockets. Instinctively, I began to claw at my windpipe. I swallowed gallons of water as everything became dark around me. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the attack was over. Gradually, my lungs began to operate again. My breath returned, and I inhaled slowly and steadily until I felt ready to continue. The attack must have been a temporary reaction to the immense pressure my body had been subjected to. The Grand Gallery enveloped me in its monumental grandeur. I set off in the opposite direction from which I had gone previously, away from the towering column. In this direction, the gallery descended gradually, and my going was easy. The ceiling, however, remained level, causing the gallery to grow in height to the point where I passed below bridges that spanned the width of the gallery. After about half an hour of walking, I became tired of my monotone descent, and I held still at a large gate. It was unlike the other doorways that I had passed. On both sides stood a statue of an archangel, one of them armed with a large trident. For some reason, the gate tempted me. I pushed against the large steel bars, which gave way readily, meeting little resistance from the already present water. And the gate gave way to a corridor, which I followed until I reached an antechamber with two doors, and I passed through the largest of the two. And then I passed through the hallway and up a flight of stairs. As I dwelt further and further from the Grand Gallery, I began losing my sense of direction. These passageways weren't built up as literally as the ones I had passed through before, often veering off slightly in one direction or running at a curve. and urged by growing fear of losing my way in the subnautical tube, I turned back and retraced my steps down the stairway, through the hallway, until I found myself back in the antechamber with the forky doors. And this is where I slipped up. Intending to return to familiar surroundings, I entered the door that led back to the grand gallery, only to find myself on a narrow ledge overlooking a great expanse of layered facades. Dizzying at the overpowering vista, I came to the realization that must have been the other door that led back to the grand gallery. Quickly I returned to the relative safety of the blue antechamber, and then passed through the other door. But this door led back to the corridor where my room was situated in. Clearly, the sunken city was playing tricks on my mind. I must have missed a turn somewhere in the great maze of rooms and hallways that I had passed through, but at least this was familiar territory. I set off down the corridor, opening doors left and right, but as expected, they revealed plain, empty rooms. And after passing scores of doors, I detected a flickering light in the distance. My key. That must be my room. I hurled myself through the corridor, doors flying by on both sides, but as I approached, the flickering metal revealed itself to be something entirely different. It was a single hairpin in the shape of a leaf with metal clasps, laying at roughly the same position as where I had placed my en route key. The door to the room stood slightly ajar. Carefully, I pushed it further open, only to reveal a different room from my own. There was luggage in the corner, and the bedding was crumpled, as though it had been slept on. And on the floor lay girls' clothes, part of a school uniform. I picked up the jersey. It felt slimy and fragile to the touch, though prolonged exposure to the water of the lake had begun to disintegrate the fabric. And when I looked at the cuff, I saw it displayed the emblem of Abbotsford High. Abe, what are you doing here? You have drifted very far from your lodgings. I must have caught you sleepwalking. Come, let's put you back to bed. I staggered. Rika smiled mischievously. That was very bad of you to go out exploring by yourself. Gilgirith may look deserted at first glance, but there are dangers you should be wary of. As you have experienced, the many twists and turns can make you lose your way. But then again, I can't expect you to remain in your room forever. Anna went on walks too, you know? Anna, when she could still walk. Rika tittered. Abe, I can't apologize enough for keeping you waiting all this time. I truly have been neglecting you. She kissed me on the lips, and I felt an invigorating tingle surge through me again. I promise my work will be done very soon. After that, nothing in the world will keep me away from you. I won't neglect you any longer, my dearest. She dimmed the lights, and we spent another night together. But when it grew light, she was gone, even though her taste lingered faintly in the water of my room. The blue, it filled my mind until it became a part of me, not leaving even when I closed my eyes. I must have sat there for days, the sheen of my environment pressing down on me. I ventured into the grand gallery a few more times, but I did not dare go further. because there were small changes every time I went out. There would be more doors added, and there was even a time when my corridor didn't come out on the grand gallery anymore, but on some kind of intermediate hallway. On that excursion, it had taken me ages to find my room back, and when I finally did, I feared that it had been switched with somewhere else again. But it hadn't. I thought about that other room many times. That neatly folded school uniform, waterlogged to the point of disintegration. At first I thought that it had belonged to Naomi, but then Rika mentioned Anna. Could she have been held here? The pressure on my skull was ever growing. To be honest, my memories of the others, of May and Naomi, were fading from my mind, to the point where I had trouble imagining what their faces looked like. But Rika's image was always clear on my retina, even though she had been absent after her first visits. Was her work taking longer than expected, or had she forgotten about me? Maybe she was back in Abbotsford, going about her everyday life while I rotted here below fathoms of dark water. Suddenly, I choked. My lungs began to burn, and my vision turned blurry. It was that familiar drowning sensation again. It had been visiting me with increasing frequency, but every time it felt more real, as though my respiratory system was truly giving up. I sat on the floor, heaving for air until I passed out. When I came to, my breathing had returned to normal, although a certain panic remained. I was afraid I would die here, that one of these choking fits would finish me off. I had to do something. I had to escape. I set out into the corridor, but this time I didn't head in the direction of the Grand Gallery, but in the opposite direction, in which I had never gone before. I passed by no less than 50 doors before stepping into a large hall that was lined with columns. Here the walls were decorated with geometric shapes and patterns, which appeared to come alive whenever I viewed them from my peripheral vision. In the far wall I found a great door, which came out on a simple wooden staircase that led downwards. I began the descent, making my way slowly into the bowels of the deep, fully aware that I was surrendering to the whims of this labyrinthine complex. But secretly, I hoped my careless wandering would compel Rika to come and find me again, just like she had done on my last excursion. I followed the staircase for the better part of an hour, until I encountered a small door. I entered it, leaving the staircase behind as it continued downward into nothingness. The door led into a network of chambers and passageways that appeared older than the rest of the outpost. I passed through the halls and portals until I had fully lost any sense of direction, and I felt that as I made my way further, the city became less structural. I first realized it when I left a certain hallway I was passing through to enter an empty room. When I turned back and exited the room, the door I had just passed through didn't take me back to the corridor, but led me to a small agora. It was as though the city shifted with every step I took, leading me in impossible angles, conjuring up doors and passageways and dematerializing them again in the blink of an eye. Soon thereafter, I began to encounter walls that weren't solid, but drifted along with the flow of the water, as though they were no more than stage sheets. And some of these walls were permeable, like a thick membrane, although passing through them took some effort. I crossed a bridge that spanned an unfathomable abyss, and then I entered a hallway which led me into a single room that was adorned with carved stones and strange symbols. In the center of the room lay a well, and I became aware of a gurgling sound. I peered over the rim of the well, and I saw something shining down below. The gurgling turned menacing. I panicked, but when I spun around, I noticed the door was gone. I was trapped inside a room no bigger than the cell I had occupied, and the mysterious sound grew and grew, as though something was slowly making its way upwards. I cast another glance into the well. All was black now. The gurgling intensified. I blinked a few times, hoping to somehow materialize an exit, but the walls remained solid. I choked, and my vision became blurry. I threw myself on the floor. Something was
Stream
making its way
elements,
over the rim of
said.
the well,
Stay moist, my
pitch
friends,
black,
hydrate.
darker than night itself. Its presence filled me with an unspeakable, maddening dread. I turned around, my arms flailing, instinctively clawing at the walls, attempting to escape from the horrid thing. And then I entered the wall. Once I had freed myself from my doorless cell, I ran without looking back. I ran through halls and corridors, up stairways, over bridges, through gateways, breaking through windows and permeable walls. Anything to get away from that thing that had emerged from the well. And when I became too weak to run, I walked for many more miles. And when my legs gave out entirely, I crawled further on all fours. And then I collapsed in some kind of courtyard, my head too weary to even look up at my surroundings. Abe, Abe, you're alive. Wake up. We have come to get you out of here. Ada? Her voice sounded muffled, and with every word she spoke, a stream of bubbles poured forth from her mouthpiece. Good afternoon, Abe. It was Peter Helsing, who had been swimming just behind Ina. I looked up. We were standing in the same peristyle court where my first excursion had ended. Behind Peter, I saw the massive column rise up into the highest heights. But for some reason, I didn't have the paralyzing effect on me that it previously had. I even felt a reassuring comfort as I beheld the towering spire. At the foot of the column stood a small submersible, its lights casting yellow stripes over the sandy floor of the courtyard. Peter approached me. Abe, this place, it's inconceivable. It must be thousands of years old. I have never seen anything like it. It can't be Sumerian, Babylonian. Abe, what is this place? There was intense dejection in his eyes, as though his entire worldview had just been violently shattered. Leave him, Peter. You can come back later to scavenge for artifacts. We need to get Abe out of here before he suffocates. God, Abe, how can it be that you're still alive? How are you breathing without any equipment? Come on, we will take you up in the submersible. Not so fast. A white blast, followed by a strong current that swept through the peristyle port. There stood Rika, her eyes shining furiously like a Gorgon's. And then another white blast, striking the submersible, and it imploded within a millisecond, sending massive air bubbles to the surface. Gilgirith welcomes you, even though you came uninvited. Peter, I couldn't be happier at this opportunity to return the hospitality you provided us. Rika approached intimidatingly, and suddenly Ina and Peter, who had made a triumphant entrance, bathing in golden light, appeared fragile in their diving suits. Rika, we didn't want to disturb you. We were just coming for May and Abe. Abe is safe down here. He will never leave. And so won't you. The Radiant Outpost will never let you return to the surface. Please let that be a reassuring thought. And suddenly Rika was behind Ina, her long black hair coiling tightly around Ina's arms and legs. But tell me, Ina, because I am impressed, how did the two of you find the way to the Gilgirith? You are the first humans to make the journey alone. Ina tried to wrest herself free from Rika's hold, but the more she struggled, the tighter Rika's grip became, until Ina could no longer move. Please stop, Rika. I will tell you everything you want to know. That's right, from the beginning. Dejectedly, Ina began to speak. When the three of you disappeared, I felt lost, like everyone around me was fading away. And even though I went out to search for you every single day, I would wake up scared each morning, wondering who else would be gone. Sometimes I even hoped they would take me too, just so I would know where you had ended up. I went by your parents' house, Rika, but they told me the three of you were off to a preparatory boot camp for finals. And your dad even confirmed it, Abe, even though it didn't make sense. May doesn't even have finals this year. And then finals started, and still you weren't back. That's when I knew for sure that it was all a ruse. I published a missing persons notice in the next edition of the Sunday Abbot, which included recent photographs of all three of you, as well as my phone number. I had to bring it round myself, now that my entire delivery team had disappeared. But all I received was a furious call from John Cooper, in which he explained to me that in no certain terms that the three of you were on a journey, and that I wasn't to look into this case any further. And he warned me that if I ever published something like this again, he would see to it that the Sunday Abbot would lose its funding. There was nothing I could do. Weeks passed by. I failed finals, but that didn't matter to me. I felt numb. I was caught in a surreal twilight world where no one cared about the fate of my missing friends. But then a stranger showed up at an abbot's ward. I spotted him wandering around town during one of my paper rounds, sticking out like a sore thumb. Once he realized I was editor-in-chief for the town paper, he immediately lashed on to me. Apparently, he had visited the Cooper residence, inquiring after your whereabouts and a collection of old skulls that had been stolen from his lab, but he was immediately shown the door. And then he followed me to my office, questioning me about a certain journalist that had worked here, who went by the name of Abe. You will understand why this drew my attention. I could hardly believe what Professor Helsing told me about his meetings with Abe and Rika and the antique skulls you had stolen from his department, from his secret alchemist lair. It's just a science lab. But anyway, I told Ina about the skulls, about your persistent, obsessive effort to get a hold of them, to the point where those dusty old things began to draw my attention. When you first mentioned them, I had a vague recollection of their existence. They had always seemed uninteresting to me, old relics from a more primitive age of anthropology. But after your inquiry, I couldn't help but take an interest. I located them quite easily, stored among Graham Bulwer's possessions. And as soon as I laid my eyes on them, I realized why you wanted them back. Their peculiar appearance was striking. The narrow jaw and high cheekbones, they appeared unearthly to me, as though these skulls were Victorian falsifications belonging to a sideshow or curiosity cabinet. But on closer inspection, they were genuine, distinctly hominid, but unlike anything I had ever seen before. I dropped all my current research and set to work examining the skulls. I made measurements, created 3D models, and I scraped them for DNA remains. And during my research, I had to placate Abe and Rika as they were constantly bugging me for the skulls' whereabouts. I had no other choice than to invite you to lay down. I wanted to entice you into leaving the issue alone, but you refused my offer, and then you robbed me of my research subjects. By this time, we were convinced something suspicious was going on. May's legal guardian, Karen Voorhees, allowed us to look through May's stuff, and we found payment confirmations for train tickets to Ryebury on the day of your disappearance. This was where we would continue our search. So we took up residence in Ryebury for about a week, while I went around town, inquiring after the three of you and hanging up missing person notices. Peter had Brand Bulwer's archives transferred over from the university. He locked himself in his hotel room, digging through the papers and logbooks it contained. I myself made little progress. The inhabitants of Ryebury appeared reluctant to talk to me, especially after noticing Rika's picture. But as soon as I removed her photograph from my posters, they became more talkative. Some people told me they had seen you on the beach, but all sightings were from at least 3 weeks ago. In the meantime, I began to paint a picture of Abbot's high story and people. Initially an island, the majority of its populace was evacuated in the year 1857. Only a small group remained, all followers of the eccentric pastor Johann Cooper. Johann preached a peculiar brand of Protestant theology, displaying a morbid obsession with the scaled sea serpent from Job, who is commonly referred to as Leviathan. Although the inhabitants of Abbot lived in isolation for nearly 80 years, I found sparse eyewitness reports of their blasphemous religious practices. Midnight wakes that were held on the seashore, where sheep carcasses were immolated as burnt offerings, and where Johann Cooper held sermons that were so spirited and hypnotic that they had sent the members of his congregation into religious frenzy. And then I received notice from the university. As I explained, I had been collecting tissue samples from the skulls for DNA research. But the skulls were old and dried out, and the laboratory warned me there was little chance of finding anything worth using. But one night, just before you broke in, I managed to obtain an interesting sample. It was located inside an atypical cavity situated just above the cervical lymph nodes, a physiological anomaly that I hadn't seen in any other human skull, and I ascribed it to brain trauma at first. But all three of them had it, and in one of these cavities there was a greasy piece of tissue left, preserved as well as could be. I directed my lab to focus all their capacity on that one tissue sample, as the other samples all had little viability. And then, during our stay at Ryebury, the news came in that they had been able to isolate a string of DNA, and it included an anal cyst report. The tissue they found inside the cavity was human, but only barely so. 16 out of the 24 base pairs they were able to isolate contained genetic markers that were Germanic in origin. There was very little genetic diversity in all of them, but to make up the other 7 pairs shocked me. No genetic matches were to be established at all, as if they originated from no other human clan. They were nucleotide polymorphisms that corresponded genetically with the long-extinct hominid genus of Homo ergaster, of which traces have been found among such diverse tribes the Maori and the Phoenicians. But it was only a vague resemblance, very far off. And what we found beyond that can only be ascribed to extreme isolated mutation. Although I went in expecting the DNA sequence of the skulls to be homogeneous, we found genetic markers that hadn't been seen anywhere in the world, and must have been distinct to the population of Abbott. As I said, extreme isolated mutation, a DNA profile that was so alien that we couldn't even assign half of the nucleotides. And this is when I was forced to reconsider some of the darker rumors surrounding the Isle of Abbott. Rumors that had initially struck me as so slanderous and degenerate that I had dismissed them as lurid fabrications. Like how during some nights, when burnt offerings were made on the seashore, dark shadows would emerge from the deep, and that these shadows would be blessed by a Johann Cooper before being presented an Abbott maiden, fair of skin and with coiling black hair. And then, ridiculous. I don't care about these old wives' tales. She tightened her grip on Ina, who resumed hastily. On the 4th day, I found a lead. An eyewitness told me they had seen you board a ship, the Morning Star, but that it had returned without you 3 days later. I located the ship and questioned the captain, and though he spoke neither English nor Dutch, I managed to get some word out of him in German. He told me he brought the 3 of you to an island in the lake, where he had dropped you off for an agreed upon amount. He said he hadn't been chartered for a return voyage. This is when we decided to set up an expedition. I managed to get funds from the university, as my previous paper on the tribes of New Guinea had gained international acclaim. New Guinea. We rented a boat, diving gear, a submersible, and sonar equipment for mapping out the geography of the lake. It took me about a week to put it all together, especially a submersible was hard to come by. He eyed the shattered remains of their little vessel with a sad expression on his face. The anthropology department is pretty rich, you know? It's well managed by myself. We sailed out onto the lake in the direction the captain had pointed us, but we never found the island he spoke about. We did, however, run aground. It was our carelessness. In our hurry to find you, we weren't monitoring our sonar footage of the lake floor, and so we struck the humming stone, a rock formation that lay just below the water's surface. It isn't always below the surface. Our boat was struck, but it hadn't sprung a leak. While the crew thought of ways to wedge us loose, Peter and I began carefully mapping the lake bed. and we discovered complex, unexpected rock formations. It turned out the humming stone was very large beneath the surface, like an iceberg, and we found signs of other formations farther off. Once the crew managed to free the ship, we set out in that direction, mapping the lake floor as we sailed. But it became harder the deeper we got, until we ran out of cable and lost contact with the lake floor. Even though we continued mapping, the sonar showed up blank, until suddenly a single stone spire reaching up from the deep. It wasn't on any other map, and you would have missed it unless you traveled directly over it. Such an inexplicable geological feature. We couldn't help but investigate. We launched our submersible. Who would have thought this would be its last journey? Well, Rika, I must say what we have witnessed here has truly rocked my world view. I always suspected the mysteries of humanity to be far darker and deeper than the scientific mind could comprehend. To hell with humanity. Well, Peter, it comforts me to know that you will die an enlightened man. An underwater necropolis. What a beautiful resting place. Abe, we must do something. Mika chuckled. Abe, your old friends have come for you, but I suggest you let them rot in the past. They have been so kind as to reveal a few secrets of mine. Secrets I wanted to tell you about in person. But at least this clears the air between us. If you don't mind, I'd like to give Ina and Peter here the breath of life, so that they will stay with us after their oxygen supplies run out. And then we will transport them to their holding cells, where they can keep us company for as long as we need them. Will you restrain them while I do it? Abe, don't listen to her. She isn't human. I am human. The anal cyst results said so, didn't they, Peter? She smiled triumphantly. Come on, Abe. Let's detain these fools and restore everything to its former glory. Will you aid me by restraining them? No, stay away from them. Rika's face contracted a mixture of anger and grief. How disappointing. It won't do at all. Suddenly, there was a surge of water. Ina had made use of the momentary confusion to wrest herself from Rika's grasp. Follow me to the surface. Ina and Peter each grabbed one of my arms, and together they began swimming toward the surface, while I helped by thrashing my legs as fast as I could. Mainly thanks to Ina and Peter's flippers, we were able to reach tremendous speeds. I saw the Grand Spire shooting by us as we left the Perry-style court behind. But then I became aware of a growing pressure building up inside my lungs, and it increased the higher we rose. And I could tell that was also affecting the others. Our ascent was beginning to abate. It wasn't long before the cumulative pain and fatigue had forced us to a full stop. It's decompression sickness. We are ascending too quickly. We need to slow down. Slow down. But what about Rika? Fearfully, I looked down to the foot of the great spire. There she stood, tiny, as we had already risen to a great height, and she was staring up at us. But she stood idle. She wasn't summoning an underwater lightning attack, like the one she had used to destroy the submersible. She was simply looking up at us, and there was dejection in her pose. While we rested, our lungs still adjusting to the sudden decompression, we watched her turn her back on us. And then she walked, silently, back to the grand gallery, as though we weren't even there. After she was gone, we rested for a while more, and after that we continued our ascent, carefully this time, in order to give our lungs a chance to adjust to the change in pressure. We climbed along the solemn stone spire, climbed for what felt like hours, until we finally broke through the surface of the lake. There lay the expedition boat. There was great commotion on board, because the sonar equipment had detected the explosion of the submersible, and the crew was scanning the lake floor for possible signs of a debris field. As soon as they noticed us, they sent out rowboats and we were hoisted aboard. And even though they were astonished at my presence and at Ina and Peter's survival of the implosion event, we didn't say much about what had passed down below, as we realized words would do little to describe what we had witnessed. In silence, we commenced the voyage home. After returning to Abbotsford, Ina and I tried to resume our daily lives. Her recount of the events during my absence turned out to have been factual. I had indeed been underwater for months, and the new school year was about to start. We would both have to retake our final year. It was during those days that I found myself spending more and more time at Ina's house. Considering how both our parents were hardly ever home, it worked as a way to share household chores. And without complaining, we took to our everyday routines, as they were a way to distract our minds from the disappearance of our friends May and Naomi, who we knew we would never see again. And they also helped dispel my maddening visions of the sunken city, Gilgirith, that unholy aberration against nature that still lay waiting on us, sprawled upon the lake floor. Peter Helsing went back to Leyden, and it wasn't long before he published his first scientific article about our voyage. It caused a media frenzy. For weeks, Peter made the rounds around the talk shows to elaborate on his outlandish claims. And although his theories were met with incredulity, the sheer outlandishness of his descriptions sparked excursions into the depths of Lake Al to uncover the fabled sunken city that had been purported to lie there. But all excursions came up with nothing, and scans of the lake floor showed no mysterious rock formations. And this confirmed what many had been thinking, that Peter Helsing was a big phony. His 15 minutes of fame had run out. The months passed by, and our missing friends didn't return, and Mayor Van Linden remained a suspect for their disappearance. And in the end, he was brought to trial, and even though he was acquitted due to lack of evidence, his reputation in the town was ruined, and he and his wife had to move far away to escape from the scorn of the public judgment. Hey, Abe, did you see this press release that Leyden University just put out? They have stripped Helsing from his position as head of the Department of Forensic Anthropology, and says his recent utterances in the media are irreconcilable with his position as serious researcher. They don't want to associate with him any longer, now that he's gone off the deep end. What a fall from grace! He was such an esteemed scholar. Well, I think he will get back on his feet. He's garnering attention from a whole new audience now. His new book about the sunken city of Gilgirith is prospected to be a bestseller among ufologists and the like. I groaned. Let's change the subject. If you want, Abe, but there's no need to be so touchy. My psychologist says it's okay, you know? Us talking about the sunken city. He says the three of us, you, me, and Peter, could be suffering from some kind of mass psychosis. I nodded. Even though I knew the city on the lake floor was real, I realized Ina found consolation in the thought that it had all been a dream. He says the creation of fantasy worlds is a common psychological response to traumatic events. In this case, the loss of our friends. She smiled. Just imagine what it would mean if that were true. The more we lose, the more fantastical worlds we begin to conceive. What a colorful time the end of the world will be. I will aid you. Suddenly I heard a noise and Ina was loose. Quick, Peter, swim for the surface. And they were off, ascending along the column of the great tower. But Rika raised her arms. Because of your stubbornness and your unrepentant heart, you are storing up punishment against yourself for the day of God's wrath, when his righteous judgment will be revealed. In a flash of light, a long scaled tentacle emerged from the depths, shooting after the two figures. I saw Ina and Peter swatting at it, but soon it held them in its clutches. There's no escaping from Eilirith. Once Ina and Peter had been captured, the tentacles subsided. With a flick of their arm, Rika severed their own oxygen supplies, and I saw their faces flinch as they gasped for air. And then she gave both of them the breath of life. I felt a pang of jealousy as she kissed Peter, but the kiss was cold and impersonal, as though she were resuscitating him. With Ina, it lasted a little longer. I saw Rika shudder with glee as Ina's quivering body surrendered to her. We led our captive through the grand gallery, and then through a hallway not unlike mine, and we locked them in separate cells. Ina made a pleading face, but I reassured her she wouldn't run out of breath, and that the panic attacks and hallucinations would pass naturally. After that day, Rika never left my side. Traversing the sunken city with her felt so much more familiar than when I went alone. Rapidly, I began to develop an understanding of the mechanisms that govern the mystifying shifts and distortions that had perplexed me during my first excursions. Space here wasn't linear, but perpetually rippled, like sunlight reflecting off the surface of a pond. And this caused the drifting fabric of the city to sway in wave-like motions, creating an architecture that was ever susceptible to spatial shifts. Rika flowed in seamless harmony with these shifts, using the moving city to create shortcuts and step through walls. She led me to her chambers. Here it was beautiful, like a queen's bedroom. The windows overlooked a cyanotype garden waving in perpetual flow. Abe, I apologize for keeping you waiting for so long. I had a lot of work to do, but I think it's almost done now. Ironically, Peter's arrival has expedited it by a lot. His genetic analysis of my beautiful sister was formidable, but it will all become clear to you in due time. She walked over to the cabinet and took out a glass jar. Carefully, she opened it, taking out a small amount of powder that she proceeded to apply to her face. Abe, for all of us there comes a time when we realize we're different from others. It's the subtle looks, the whispers behind your back. At first I thought they were normal occurrences that everyone experienced. But there was a point where I realized that wasn't true. For me, the realization came in middle school. The way some of the farm girls would talk about us. To your face they would be polite, but behind your back there was giggling wherever you went. But at least I wasn't alone. It's something every member of our island community has experienced throughout high story whenever we came in contact with people from the mainland. We would be met with ridicule, fear, revulsion, and the worst was morbid curiosity displayed by men of science like Graham Buller, as though we belonged to some kind of rare animal species. But we thrived in isolation. With the sea as a barrier, we remained a sovereign majority within our own domain. Rika was still applying powder to her face, but it would not stick, instead drifting out from her cheeks in white clouds. Useless. It's impossible to do your makeup in a place like this. Everything is so wet. Look, it's running. I could see frustration growing in her eyes. It's okay, Rika. You don't need makeup to be beautiful. She flashed a sad smile. That's sweet, Abe, but I want it to be special tonight. Never mind. I should tell you how we came into contact with these beings. The high story of our peoples has been intertwined since time immemorial. The inhabitants of Abbott would leave small offerings on the shore to be swallowed by the tide. Artifacts, or bread, or meat. They were always fond of meat, and they would reward us with a bountiful catch, or fair weather. Sometimes even weapons or jewelry, forged masterfully in the ways of the deep. In 1857, the island was evacuated, and only our kind stayed behind. What bliss it must have been! Because it's true what Peter told you. At night there would be servants on the moonlit shore, and burnt offerings were made, and there would be miscegenation between our species. That's how the genetic changes took place. We were proud of our kinship with the envoys of the deep. It made us faster, smarter. We were the chosen people, as powerful as gods on earth. If you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then out of all nations you will be my treasured possession. Although the whole earth is mine, you will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. That was until 1942, when they closed off the sea and pumped out the water. Her voice had become thin with emotion. In a furious gesture, she cast away the powder jar. Suddenly, we were the chosen people no more. Gilgirith had been reduced to no more than a ghost town. God, what they have taken away from us. An ocean of possibilities. Abe, I was wondering, do you remember why we came here? To the outpost. As she sat talking to me, she gently stroked her fingers through my hair. I tried to think back to the time when I arrived, but there was a dark fog inside my mind. Do you remember Naomi? Naomi. The name rings a bell. You know, I want you to have no one besides me. I want you to forget about her and about the other missing girls, about Naomi, about Anna, to the point where you wouldn't hold it against me if any harm had befallen them. Harm? What happened? She stared at me with an indecisive look in her eyes, and then she kissed me on the nose. I might as well show you, but you have to promise you won't be mad at me. I nodded distantly. You have to promise, Abe. Do you promise? I promise. She smiled. She took me by the hand and led me through cyan halls, through hidden doorways and around impossible corners. With Rika at my side, the sunken city had become traversable, as though I had lived here all my life. And we drifted through the grand gallery, entering one of the hypo-style halls that was lined with sarcophagi. And after passing countless coffins, we came upon one that was adorned with a mosaic, picturing a high school girl of about our age. And beside her was another, also displaying the likeness of a high school girl. Anna, Naomi, I am so sorry. I felt a vague dread weighing down my loins. The blood, when it runs thin, it requires replenishment, you see? Otherwise, everything will be lost. Our culture, our story, the breath of life. In 1942, when the seed disappeared, the blood began to wash from our veins. With each new generation, its potency was halved. It so weakened me that I fear my children or grandchildren will no longer have the breath of life. They will be entirely human again. She shuddered. In an attempt to rejuvenate the blood, we tried to isolate the trait that the envoys had passed to us. First in Anna, then in Naomi. I swallowed. They consented, Abe. I mean, their parents did. They are both from old families that have been loyal to our church for centuries. Anna always had a rebellious streak. All we really needed to do was spread a rumor that would provide a plausible explanation for her disappearance. A rumor pertaining to an indistinct apartment on Oyster Catcher Lane. The public really went to town with it. And we knew we wouldn't have to fear for police repercussions, because that flat on Oyster Catcher Lane had been a covert gift from Leopold Marquis of Abbott to Mayor Van Linden, in exchange for a series of property tax waivers. We knew they wouldn't want anyone digging too deeply. With Naomi, it was more difficult. She was a responsible girl. We knew spreading false rumors about her wouldn't stick. But she had always had a curious mindset. Once she began investigating the disappearance of Anna Sanders, it became a lot easier. Your father was of great help to us. He provided us with a skeleton key that fit the door. My father. His seedy connections knew how to set up a party. They really gave Naomi a run for her money, beating her hallucinogens and such things. Before long, she was up to her ears in the dark underworld that we ourselves had created for her. She winked. It's sad for Mayor Van Linden that he has come under suspicion for both disappearances. However, I am sure his removal will feel as a breath of fresh air for the town. But Rika, these coffins, are they dead now? Rika, why are they dead? She sighed. I'm afraid that's how the blood works. At night, the inhabitants of Abbott would ignite fires on the shore, and they would sacrifice sheep and cattle as burnt offerings for the envoys of the deep. And when the meat was charred and dripping with fat, a large tidal wave rose up and washed away the whole fire. And all the while, Johann Cooper, my great-great-grandfather, would speak incantations over the tumultuous sea. And then a virgin with coiling black hair would be presented on the shore, and the darkness in the sea would come up to her, and it would know her, casting blasphemous silhouettes in the white sand. Rika shivered. And then, for 11 months, that girl would be with child. I listened breathlessly, but it was unlike any human pregnancy. There would be endless complications and pain, frequent, unbearable pain. And after she came to term, after 11, sometimes even 12 long months, she would bear a child. Always female, always dark haired, with features so pure it would look wholly alien. Rika cast down her eyes, but the mother never survived. It was too violent, too strange. Some said it was due to the mother becoming too weak after a year of pregnancy. But I don't believe that's why they died. I think there was a different, more macabre reason. Just look around you, Abe. Look at the traces of their civilization. To them, all of human high stories amounts to no more than a thin dusting of mold that infects the dry land. For our island community to be honored with even a drop of their blood, I think it required more than just an offering of livestock. I think it required an older type of offering, an offering of, she murmured. The fire and wood are here, Isaac said, but where's the land for the burnt offering? Abraham answered, God himself will provide the land for the burnt offering, my son. After labor, the mother's lifeless body was cremated on the shore, in complete violation of our traditions of Christian burial, and then her burning corpse would be swallowed by a great tidal wave, just like the lamb had been. Sadly, Anna and Naomi never got the chance to give birth. They died within days of artificial insemination. The science didn't hold up, Abe. We didn't have the full profile. Poor girls. They died in vain, and we never even got a chance to offer their bodies to the sea. But now, it appears that the nation's finest forensic anthropologist has come to our aid once again. His analysis of the tissue sample found in the Abbas schools is immaculate, far beyond what we were able to map ourselves. I believe we are finally ready to fulfill our destiny. I want you to forget everyone, Abe. May. Who? May, your friend. Do you remember her? May. I'm not sure. Don't worry, Abe. That's good. Very good. May will be our last sacrifice. She isn't from Abbott originally, but personally I don't think that matters, because the blood of her offspring, the purest of all, will run through the veins of all our future descendants. However, we will need a male supplier. Abe. My dad was a willing supplier for Anna and Naomi. That old pervert, she grumbled. But we don't have any of his samples down here, and to be honest, I want someone younger. Someone younger, would create a better end result. I hate the idea of using you for this purpose, Abe, but it's for the future of our kind. You used to like May, didn't you? I nodded vaguely. Will she die? Her body will die, but her blood will live on, albeit in altered form. Within a generation or two, her smile will shine from the face of every inhabitant of our town, as though she were our founding mother. I think she would like that. Then Rika went away, and a short while later she returned with a blonde girl in tow, and although there was a familiarity in her features, I couldn't tell if I had met her before. This is May. She's a girl you used to know. Do you remember her? I looked at the girl, trying to dig my memory for any recollection I had of her. Because although it was very far away, in the darkest confines of my mind, I knew there must be something there for our future together to work out. I don't want you to have anyone else on your mind. So please tell me, this girl, do you remember her? I do remember her. That's May. Rika ignited an impromptu fury. That displeases me, Abe. My utterance of May's name was triggering a process of reawakening inside my mind. One after another, my memories of May began to return at ever increasing speed. Memories of the time we spent together on the beach in Ryebury, delivering the Sunday Avant, and my recollections strengthened me. I remember May. She's my friend. I don't want to hurt her, and I definitely don't want to subject her to horrid experiments. Horrid experiments. Abe, how dare you? I thought you were on my side. How dare you betray me like this? She snorted indignantly. Fine, Abe. If you won't help me, I'll find another supplier. I'll return you both to your cells now. In a whirling vortex, Rika and May were gone, but it wasn't long before Rika returned, alone this time. She was still livid. Abe, I don't understand you. We were getting along so well. Look around you. Behold the splendor. This could all be ours, Abe. We could reign here as royalty. Although there was a determined pleading in her voice, I simply couldn't look at her any longer, because it had become clear to me how she had tricked me. She had lured me into coming here under the pretense of rescuing a girl that was already dead, and now she wanted to inflict that same fate upon poor May, a friend she had known since childhood, who had looked up to her and trusted her, and I realized how truly wicked Rika was. And now I am back here in my trusted cell. Rika hasn't been back to visit me ever since our last great argument, but for some reason she has left the door open. Like always, it stands slightly ajar, just far enough for me to fit through. I could leave my room and go wandering at any time, but the irony is that I don't want to anymore, because I know what lives down there in the bowels of the deep. I've been suffering from recurring nightmares of that thing in the well, that pitch black figure, and the menacing girls that it brings forth. If I get lost now, I know Rika won't come to find me. She has left me here to rot until my waterlogged, decomposing corpse dissolves into the surrounding water. The episodes of suffocation have been growing increasingly frequent. Initially, they would come every other day, but now they have become a recurring occurrence. It's evident that Rika's kiss, the eponymous breath of life, is limited in duration. If Rika doesn't return, I will choke and suffocate eventually during one of these fits. But I'm sure that's part of her plan. My lungs burning. There isn't enough time between attacks to recover. I'm so tired. Please end. Rika, Abe. So there you are. I thought I should check up on you. I have been very sad about our breakup, you know? So sad that I needed to take some time to separate myself from you completely for a while. Rika, please help. But over the last weeks, I have done a lot of self-healing. So I thought I could come and tell you that your friend May is doing splendidly. We have found a different supplier for her, and the procedure has taken place without issue. I could feel another attack approaching. Rika, I'm sorry. Please make it stop. The drowning hit me. The burning sensation of lactic acid building up in my muscles that felt like being engulfed in fire. Rika, Rika, please help me. Poor Abe. It looks like you're coming to appreciate the temporaneousness of the breath of life. After a while, it runs out, you know? Like everything, it needs replenishment. Even though the previous attack had only just subsided, I could feel a new one about to commence. With my last breath, I pleaded to Rika, please, kiss me. She giggled. Oh, Abe, kiss you? You are right. That would be the only way to rekindle the breath of life inside you. But strangely enough, I haven't been in the mood to kiss you as of late. Kiss me. It began again, stronger than before. I'm so tired. My vision grew red. I fell to the floor. A kiss is such an intimate gesture, you know? I really don't think I could do that with you. I'm afraid I would only fall back into the dark hole I have just crawled out of. You wouldn't want me to overstep my personal boundaries, would you? But I could no longer hear her sarcastic taunting. I lay on the floor of my cell, a lurching mess, grasping for breath that was no longer there. Goodbye, Abe. I'll check up on you in a day or two. Maybe I will be in a more romantic mood by then. My world went black.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
I don't think I have met her before. That's good. I don't want you to think about her. Think about me, Abe, while I extract it from you. That way it'll feel like our child, not May's. We'll raise her together in Abbotsford. We will form a perfect family. After bringing May back to her room, we returned to Rika's chambers. She smiled shyly. Abe, I want us to be together forever. Wasn't sure how far they were going to show there. Mm. Do you understand what that means? On earth, on the dry land, all is transient. All crumbles and falls like the tulips of spring, the maiden's beauty. All withers and loses the shine of youth. Only in love eternal, Abe, can we overcome the fundamental mortality of life. Our beating hearts, intertwined, can merge into something that transcends death. Together, Abe, we can create something that will stand the sands of time. Our new race will last into infinity. Through our love, we will create a new reality where nothing crumbles and falls. We will reconstruct this ruined city and restore it to youth, the same way we will revitalize Abbot's thinning bloodline to make it stronger than ever. I see a fertile. I see something fertile. I see something fertile. A fertile, beautiful race of girls and boys with coiling black hair. The Nephilim, our offspring, will be stronger and more intelligent than humankind. Within 2 generations, we will have the kings and emperors of the dry land kneeling at our feet. We will unleash hell on earth and heaven below the waves. Abe, I cannot wait any longer. Come, my dearest, and give me your love. Please hold me, for I have been sick with thirst. Many waters cannot quench love, neither can floods drown it. Please kiss me over and over again. Your love is more intoxicating than wine. A year is such a long time. Together with Rika, I've taken it upon myself to tidy up the outpost. It's such a beautiful place. It would be a shame to let it fall apart. May is in her second trimester now. She's making a healthy impression. And gradually, scattered memories of her have been returning to my browbeat mind as it catches up with the overwhelming paradigm shift that it has been subjected to over the past months. Memories of when we were friends, on the dry land. But they don't sadden me, as I have made peace with her fate. I think she's fulfilling her highest potential. Even though May will die in the end, she'll have become the mitochondrial Eve for a whole new race of humans. Rika warned me that May will be bedridden from her fourth trimester onward, suffering from horrible comorbidities, and I'd like to be by her side during that time, even though Rika may not like it. Peter disappeared from his holding cell a few weeks ago, and we have not been able to find him. He could be anywhere. The outpost is so big. It happened after Rika went to bring him food one morning. She must have forgotten to lock the door. It's unlike Rika to make a mistake like that. Nina, on the other hand, is still safely in her room, although she doesn't say much. All she does these days is sit and stare at the wall with a blank expression in her eyes. One morning, when May was almost due, Rika took me out onto one of the many bridges overlooking the outpost. There we are, Abe. Soon our peaceful existence will come to an end. She was silent for a second, holding a hand up to her ear. Can you hear that sound? It was faint at first, but it grows louder every day. The sea is stirring. I think they have noticed our efforts at last. It's the writhing of a million tentacles, the writhing of countless legs. A whisper in the pitched language of the deep. The potential of life is all around us, Abe. I had a dream last night that they came to meet us, that they broke through the great floodgates up north, letting in all the seawater in a massive deluge. The outpost was occupied again, every square inch teeming with life, and the great tidal wave swept over the land too, retaking all of the marsh polder and the low countries. And the great tidal wave swept over the land too, retaking all of the marsh polder and the low countries. And I dreamt that he would come to encompass us all, he who coils through unfathomable depths, he who penetrates impenetrable darkness. And I dreamt that he would come to encompass us all, he who coils through He goes on and on, never ending. Soon, Abe, soon, our time will come. We will be rightfully enthroned, splendid and triumphant. And as I listened to Rika, gushing indulgently and anticipating glee, I thought to myself how insignificant my life on the dry land had been. How insignificant all of human high story has been. If two lie together, they will be warm. How can one be warm alone? Now for the DLC. The game itself up to this point has been free, completely free on Steam. There are two achievements, however, related to the DLC, which is $3. Honestly, considering I greatly enjoyed this game. Considering the base game is free, I personally will just consider the entire game to be $3. So I already have the DLC, which we will now do. Because I've enjoyed it. This has been fun. I do love my underwater friends. May. So does this go off where she got breakers? Gil-Girith. Shining Outpost. I find stowaways in your state of decay. The erosion consuming your water walls. The intermittent size of crumbling towers. Gil-Girith wails out a century-long death rattle as it gently succumbs to the ghost of the sea. I was still confined to my cell. Although the sight of my prison door standing slightly ajar served as a constant reminder that I was free to leave at any time. That door, beckoning me, inviting me into the dark labyrinth beyond. But I no longer felt an urge to venture out into the bowels of the sunken city. Not now I knew what lurked in its bottomless pits. That brief glimpse of some impenetrable black evil. How many more horrors lay waiting behind that door? And then it returned. I braced myself as a sensation washed over me, grabbing at my throat and lungs in an overpowering seizure. I'm drowning. I fell to the ground, my vision turning red as I fought for air. An intensifying pain surged through my chest. I can't breathe. I can't. All was black. No vision, no thoughts. Just void. Until my breath returned to me, and I awoke, choking, gulping in mouthfuls of breathable water. It was that familiar drowning sensation. It had been returning more frequently and violently over the past days, to the point where it had been resulting in spells of unconsciousness. I feared that if this intensification continued, I may not wake up one day, that I would remain here, sprawled on the floor of my cell, turning to dust, just like the city around me. Rika had made herself scarce, clearly having lost interest in my plight. I recalled the last conversation I had with her when she introduced me to that blonde girl, May. Rika had asked me if I remembered May, and I had answered that I did. Okay, so this takes place after that. Okay. Even though it was only a very faint recollection. And that's when Rika had returned to my cell. Over the past days, more and more memories had started to return. I recalled why we came here, to find Naomi, my classmate, who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Although our journey had turned out to be an elaborate trap set up by Rika to lure May here. But why? Why was Rika so fixated on May? No matter how much I racked my brain, I couldn't remember. There it was again, sooner even than the previous episode. I had come to recognize the signals, the tensing of my esophagus, the contractions in my chest, whenever a new attack was near. I braced myself with all my might, but it hit me like a freight train, knocking out my vision, driving every last molecule of oxygen from my throat, my windpipe, until I could feel the carbon dioxide burning in my lungs. The pain was far more intense now. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I was no longer there. May the Lord bless thee and keep thee. May the Lord shine his face upon thee and be gracious unto thee. May the Lord lift up his divine countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Amen. And accompanied by resounding organ chords, the congregation sustained that final amen for a good 20 seconds, as though subconsciously reveling in the finality of the word, which marked that the lengthy sermon was truly over and that they were now permitted to enjoy, within the strict boundaries set forth by convention, what remained of their free Sunday. May was the first to stand up, offering me her outstretched hand, which I accepted gladly. Aptly, she led me through the overfilled pews and down the center aisle. That was a swift exit. Thank you. I have perfected it. If you dally for too long after the service ends, you will end up stuck behind the old people, and they take forever. Good thinking. I never knew Rika's father had such a large congregation. He does, doesn't he? And it just keeps on growing. John Cooper preaches the virtues of raising a big family. If it keeps going on like this, we may need to move to a larger church building soon. May loosened the buttons of her ebony Sunday dress. So, what did you think of the whole spectacle? It was definitely interesting, but I'm not sure if I would fit in. I could feel the churchgoers eyeing me suspiciously throughout the service. Yes, they could smell an outsider. She grinned, especially one seated next to the pastor's daughter. But don't worry, Abe. I will protect you. And I'm sure that you will get used to the prying eyes once you start attending regularly. Are you trying to convert me? You will, won't you? As we stood conversing, churchgoers began to file by, all clothed the dark colors of austere devotion that have become emblematic for Orthodox parishes in the Low Countries. And I couldn't rid myself of the impression that this service had been more like a funeral than a Sunday celebration. You will come to church with me more often, won't you? Please do. It's more fun with you around. I'm not sure, May. May shot up as though she's just remembered something. There's something else I need to ask you. This coming Wednesday, the town will be holding its annual May Festival. Do you remember? I did remember. May had been hinting at it for weeks now. It was her big day, where she would get to dress up as the town's May Queen and be the center of attention. You will attend, won't you, Abe? There will be lots of festivities, and what's more, you will get to pay homage to me, as I have been elected this year's May Queen. They elected you as May Queen. Wow, that's a huge honor. Unfazed by my sarcasm, May stood beaming. That does make me wonder, what would happen to know? Would you happen to know who was elected May Queen last year? I had to ask, although I already knew the answer. Last year? You won't believe it, Abe. Last year, I was May Queen as well. And at Oxford, I get to be May Queen every year. Realizing how conceited she was beginning to sound, May toned it down a little as her cheeks colored red. I have warned the committee already, as a bit much, and that the other girls are jealous of me. I just keep being chosen. And it's a fair election, so there's nothing we can do about it. Just like the fair elections in North Korea, I suppose. May pouted. Hey, being the queen is a big responsibility, you know? Putting on the gown and being paraded around. As a good sovereign, I must fulfill my duty to my subjects. I nodded. Noblesse oblige. Suddenly, a stern but polite voice rang out behind us. May, there you are. Sneaking off Abe before I could introduce him to the rest of the congregation. I shot May a grateful glance. She smiled knowingly. Anyway, I overheard you talking to Abe about that May festival you always participate in. You should be ashamed of yourself. It's deplorable that you would consider involving Abe in a celebration like that, especially now that he's finally starting to come to church with us. May giggled self-consciously. Oh, you may think it's funny, but you know what our congregation's like. There's been talking about your exploits for weeks. Maybe you should join in with the festival, Mika. A little banter would lift your mood. Mika appeared unamused, but Naomi, who had been standing nearby, was eager to fill us in. That's where you're wrong, Abe. Although it may seem like an innocent folk custom to you, May festivals have heathen roots. These frivolous celebrations are part of an anti-Christian tendency within modern society. I have begged May countless times to abstain from attending, but she's willful whenever the matter arises. May moaned disappointedly. I cannot help it, Rika. I was born to play the part. There you have it. She refuses to see the dancers. To her, it's all a harmless masquerade. It's as the Bible says, you know? They sacrificed to demons, not God, to gods who they did not know, to new gods who came from recent times. Their ancestors had not feared them. Naomi giggled excitedly at the sound of these words. Please don't attend the May Festival, Abe. It's not a scene you want to involve yourself in. The sun was at its zenith. A strange tension hung in the air. I looked at Rika and then at May, who had a fleeting expression on her face. Not wanting to choose sides, I decided to take my leave. I have things to do. Enjoy your Sunday. I will see you all at school tomorrow. As I shuffled back home, the weight of the 2 hour sermon still weighing down my weary mind, and thinking to myself how, even now, there were many churchgoers preparing for the afternoon service, which wasn't even the last service of the day. Sunday must be an endless chore for these people. It was then that I heard an alarmed shout behind me. Abe, please wait. I want to ask you something. It was May. Even though we had departed in different directions after the disagreement on Church Square, she must have turned around at some moment and followed me all the way here. Her voice sounded tired, as though she had been running. Abe, stop, please. I did, giving her a chance to catch up with me. Please, listen. Her face revealed a pleading expression to what I have to say. Gradually, she caught her breath. Abe, it's all right if you don't want to come to the May Festival tomorrow. I was surprised by her sudden change of mind. You may disapprove of it all, the crowning ceremony, the dancing around the maypole, the procession to the dolmen, just like Mika does. I don't disapprove, May. She cut me off. I don't mind if you don't attend the daytime activities, but please, would you at least do one thing for me? Would you meet me at the dolmen after? That's all that really matters to me. Meet you at the dolmen. Yes, the big S dolmen north of town. That's where the procession leads. They carry me there, and then they leave me. Sure, May, I don't mind meeting up with you tomorrow evening. But did you say that they leave you there, alone at the dolmen? It's weird, right? But it's one of their ancient customs. They leave me inside the dolmen while the procession heads back to town to light bonfires. I don't know why, but that's how it goes every year. It's strange and lonely at the dolmen, and I have to make my way back home all by myself. I get scared in the woods at night. She was staring at me with pleading eyes. It would mean a lot to me if you could meet me there, to walk me back home. For a moment she was silent, weighing her next words. And then there's also, she hesitated. There's also, nothing, Abe. I mean, there could be wolves in the forest. I touched her arm in a reassuring gesture. It's all right, May. I will be there at the dolmen tomorrow to warn my queen against wolves and highwaymen. She smiled up at me. Thank you, Abe. It's at the S dolmen this coming Wednesday. The procession should arrive there at around 7. She was giggling as though an immense tension had slid from her shoulders. And as she set off at a feather-light gait back in the direction from where she had come, she continued shouting directions at me. You can follow the woodland trail there, or just follow the procession when we leave town. Please be. The remainder of her words were scattered by the wind. On Wednesday morning, as I left for school, I found Ina outside, waiting for me. A gentle spring breeze wafted scents of honeysuckle and primrose through the streets. So, Abe, we have an after-school activity today. After school? Yes, at 1 we will go over to the festival grounds to do a report on the May Festival. I'm sure our readers will welcome a distraction from the constant barrage of election news. The May Festival. I was actually planning to drop by myself in the evening. Well, you won't have to miss a thing. I talked to Mr. Feenstra, and we're both exempt from the 2 o'clock cram session. I could do with another cram session before finals, you know. Ina ignored my protestations. The town was in a festive mood. As we walked, we passed people decorating the streets in colorful flags and banners. The Sunday Abbot covers the May Festival each year. It's such a strange local tradition, the way they dress up May and parade her through the streets in a long procession. Crazy how ancient customs can stay alive in a rural town like this. Yeah, although it isn't really an ancient custom, you know? No, the May Festival is a product of cultural revivalism that began about 7 years ago. Even though May fertility celebrations do have a place in pre-modern European tradition, what you will see today is mostly just a Renaissance fair, born from imagination. The bell rang, and we made our way to class. When class was out, Ina and I left school and headed for the festival grounds. The air was filled with a gaudy type of carnival music, which swelled as we approached the festivities. There was a swarm of people out and about. We found a spot along the course of the procession. Ina groaned. It's busier than last year. We don't have a good view of the stage. Some people must have been waiting here since morning. A shiver went through the crowd, and we craned our necks to see some figures appearing on the platform. The crowning ceremony is about to begin. This is a central part of the May Festival tradition. The fairest of the town's maidens will be elected and crowned May Queen, her beauty symbolizing purity and fertility. Tonight, everything will surmount in the lighting of a large bonfire. These days, it's no more than a keg fest, but in pagan times, burnt offerings would be made to the gods to ask for bountiful harvest and the sun's return after many months of winter darkness. Even after the Germanic tribes are Christian, and the May festival celebrations lost their pagan roots, some ancient rites found their continuation in the observation of the Feast of St. Walpurgis. Although a Christian festival in name, St. Walpurgis Night was still celebrated with maypole dancing and bonfires, almost as though nothing had really changed. While Ina lectured me on ancient high story, a young, charismatic-looking young man walked out onto the stage. He began delivering a speech that was mostly lost to the wind. Who's that guy? That's Tom Crimmers. He's one of the founding members behind this event. They are a clique of guys, all farmers' sons, even though you wouldn't be able to tell from a distance. The land around Abbotsford used to be divided into small plots, but by leveraging scale advantages, a handful of families have consolidated all these individual plots into large, greater than corporations. $1 million enterprises that hire migrant workers to harvest their cash crops. These kids are spoiled brats who spend their time far away from Abbotsford, living a lavish lifestyle. They really don't care about farm work at all, and they have never had to get their hands dirty. Ina sighed. Tom and his friends. I have heard stories about their childhood days. They would terrorize the town, steal apples, and act boisterous. And of course this all went without repercussions due to the status their parents held. Once they moved on to college, the bond between them prevailed, and in their youthful arrogance, they apparently set up some kind of secret fraternity called the Order of the Sickle Moon. It sounds more mysterious than it was. They would mostly just drink and sing songs and harass pretty girls. But they also set up this full May festival tradition in Abbotsford. They revel in this little piece of art called a theater, where they get to pretend that they are real farmers, and they celebrate their imaginary bond to the earth in a theatrical display of occultism, before all of it devolves into a Dionysian orgy of bonfires and spring wine. The speech was over, and we craned our necks to catch a glimpse of what was happening on stage. We saw how May was walked out, accompanied by an escort of flower maids, and she was clad in a beautiful white tunic. May took place on a plain wooden throne, while her ladies-in-waiting kneeled before her, and then Tom Cremers placed a crown of white peonies on her blonde head, and the crowd broke out in tumultuous applause. In the center of the festival ground, tall maypoles defied the sky, each of them wound in colorful ribbons. A dozen teenage girls and boys made their way to the poles, each of them holding a ribbon, and in clumsy symmetry they commenced a cheerful, festive dance around the poles. Simultaneously, a group of 4 men hoisted up the newly crowned May Queen on their shoulders and set forth along the demarcated route. May squealed with delight as countless hands reached out for her and threw pebbles that fell like snow from the sky. So, Ina, I was wondering, why is the May Queen always May? That's a good question. In most towns that hold May celebrations, the Queen is elected from town's married or woman, and the honor befalls a different girl each year. But here, for some reason, it's always been May, ever since the first edition of the festival 7 years ago. Ina looked up at the Queen, who was just passing us by. May was fully immersed in the experience, waving and tearing at the crowd as they cheered at her. But I must admit, she does play the part. May used to be very shy, you know? Due to her learning disabilities, she was kept out of mainstream education. Forced to follow private education from a small group of church volunteers. Back then, May didn't have any friends. She was always seen as an outsider. I nodded. But ever since she started participating in the May Festival, she grew remarkably in confidence. You could see it in the way she carried herself. She smiled more and became more talkative. And maybe that's why they have been electing her May Queen every year. Maybe it's a town's way of apologizing for the isolation and bullying she received throughout her childhood. I'm amazed the church volunteers that cared for May didn't object to her participation in this celebration. Rika gave me the impression that the church doesn't really approve of this festival. That is strange. Up until recently, the church has always held a tight leash on May's activities. But remember what I told you about the Order of the Sickle Moon, those rich farmers' sons that organized the May Festival each year. Their fathers are major donors of AIR, the political party that Pastor Cooper is a representative for. She winked. Even for a man of faith, gold sometimes comes before moral convictions. I guess that may be so, but I remain doubtful. May passed us by, progressing along the circular route around the festival grounds. And while we stood and waited, my attention was drawn by a hooded figure who was watching the procession through binoculars from upon a small knoll close to the forest edge. Somehow his appearance felt familiar, although I couldn't recall where I had seen him before. But there was something about his demeanor that struck me as odd, the way he was avidly following the procession, while remaining distant from the crowd, almost as though he didn't want to be seen. And then the crowd around us erupted in cheer. and my attention was drawn back to the procession, which was about to pass by for a second time. May would be carried 2 more times around the festival grounds, by which time the youths had concluded their dancing round the maypoles. And then the procession left the area in northward direction, while the crowd slowly closed brakes and began to trail after their queen. Are they on their way to the dolmen? Yes, at a snail's pace. We waited until most of the crowd had filed out of the festival grounds and into the woods, and then we followed at a respectable distance. Ina's demeanor darkened. Look at them, Abe. All these people. They all seem so elated. Bountiful harvest, the return of the sun. These values are completely meaningless within the framework of their modern lives. But for some reason they are so happy to participate. Modern man, who has left tradition behind, toils under the heavy weight of the historical interpretation of existence. How much they yearn to return to the ritualistic myths that confirm a circular view of life. These rituals, no matter how old or irrelevant they have become, hold within them an act of regeneration, a return to a young society, and they give way to hierophanies, momentary dramatic glimpses into a sacred world, a world where gods and magic still exist. She sighed. That's how the famous sociologist Mircea Eliade would interpret all of this. The more disenchanted our society becomes, the more it paradoxically yearns for rituals and myths. The procession moved along at a crawl. At times, the men carrying May would stop in order to switch shifts. After a good hour of walking, they finally halted at a large meadow that straddled the forest, delineating the edge of the former Isle of Abbot. Here stood the S Dolmen, a primeval abode, erected from colossal monoliths. This is where the procession came to a halt. The crowd formed a great circle around the entrance of the dolmen, and Tom Cremers addressed the crowd. He explained that the May Queen would now be laid down within the dolmen, and asked the crowd to pay homage to her one final time before the procession would return to town to ignite large bonfires and dance the night away. May, who had changed into a ceremonial gown, was placed upon a palanquin bed which had been adorned with flowers. Carefully the men carried her into the dolmen, followed by her ladies in waiting. It wasn't long before all emerged from the dolmen, but without May. So they carry May into the dolmen and leave her there. They do this every year. Yes, it's a silly tradition, but I guess when May was younger, they wanted an easy way to get rid of her. From here on, the festival gets pretty rowdy, with ecstatic dances and uncontrolled drinking. It would have opened them up to a liability if they had a vulnerable teenage girl participating. After all the ladies in waiting had emerged from the dark dolmen, Primers began to recite a prayer in a solemn tone. His words sounded gibberish to me. Norwegian. It's slightly soft and a bit crunchy. Stone crust. Oh, okay. Slightly soft and a bit crunchy. Stone crust. Oh, it keeps going. I don't know. Something is wrong. Not wild men. Lay. Okay, not sure what's up with that. They recite that each year. It's supposed to be some kind of pagan prayer for the return of the sun. I'm not sure where they found it. When the prayer was done, Kremers ignited a large torch that would be carried back to town to light the bonfires. Around us, the crowd began to file back in the direction of town. You know, Ina, May asked me to visit her at the dolmen once the crowd was gone. She said she really hated this part of the festival, that she felt frightened, alone in the dark. I can imagine. It's no way to treat a queen. It took a while for the meadow to clear out, but when everyone was gone, nothing remained but trampled grass and scattered petals. And there was silence. The crowd had scared away the birds and animals from the forest, and all we could hear was the gentle rustling of trees. And then, after our ears had stopped ringing for the loud festival music, we heard a faint voice. Abe, it came from inside the dolmen. Abe. Carefully, we made our way into the interior of the dolmen. Even though it had been over 6 millennia since the grave mound had been used for its intended purposes, we were still enveloped by its cerebral atmosphere. Again, we heard that trembling voice. Abe, uh, are you there? It wasn't long before we detected May quivering in a corner. There were tears falling down her cheeks. As soon as she saw us, her face lit up. Abe, I'm so glad you remembered me. Wow, May, that was a great show. You must be tired after your big performance. Did you see me, Ina, up on the stage? Did I look good being carried through the crowd? May was beaming. You looked very regal. Your escort has arrived. I will be returning you to your quarters, if it so please you. May let out a yawn. That's great, Abe. Let's head back home now. Cautiously, we crept out from the narrow confines of the dolmen. Ada stared at us contentedly. If you don't mind, May, I'd like to return to the festival grounds. The celebrations aren't done yet, and I want to complete my report on the May festival. The bonfires are when most of the action happens, when the members of the order get drunk and brawls break out. It's all right, Ina. You should go back to the festival. You have got important work to do. Don't forget to take some pictures. With a polite nod, Ina set off along the same path that the procession had taken back to town, and May and I remained outside of the dolmen while the forest slowly regained its familiar sounds. But now that Ina was gone, it was clear that something wasn't right with She was shivering nervously, just like when we had found her in the dolmen. It's all right, May. We will get you home. I will accompany you all the way. There's nothing to be afraid of. Abe, it's not that. It's not that at all. Her voice was breaking. I lied to you. I'm not scared in these woods. I have lived here since I was a child. It's something else. Her body contracted in a visceral shudder. It's something. Abe, help me. It's happening again. Her expression contorted in one of utmost horror. No, don't. Let go of me. It's dark in there. Tears were falling from her eyes, eyes that had turned a ghostly pale, as though they were staring into another world. I grabbed her and shook her gently in an attempt to rouse her from her absence. No! Let go of me! You're hurting me! I let go of her immediately as I was startled by her reaction, but May kept on screaming. Let go! Let go of me! It appeared that her shouts were not aimed at me, but at some unseen assailant that was attacking her in her dream. May was frantic now, crying and flailing her arms, and in an attempt to snap her out of her delirium, I moved my face close to hers while addressing her loudly and clearly. May, you are dreaming. Whatever you are seeing, it isn't real. You are here with me in Abbotsford Forest. I shook her once more, and this time I detected a faint trace of recollection in her eyes. Wake up, May. It's not real. Wake up. Another shiver, and she returned. Her eyes gradually turned to normal. Abe, I was gone, Abe. Thank you for bringing me back. Her lips curled into a relieved smile, as though the acute state of terror that had just taken hold of her were no more than a distant memory. What a relief. This means it's all behind me now. We set foot for Abbotsford. May appeared happy that her frightening vision had passed, as though a great weight had fallen from her shoulders. So, was this why you asked me to meet you at the Dolmen? She blushed. I am sorry, Abe. It happens this way every year. After the procession, they lay me down in the Dolmen, and then when everyone's gone, I have a strange dream. She cast down her eyes. It must have been an intense dream, May. It wasn't easy to pull you out of it. As we walked down the woodland trail, a vitalizing scent of pollen drifted from the forest. I remember the first time it happened, 7 years ago. After the first festival, I had a short vision of flowers and sunlight. It came and went in just a few moments, and left me full of wonder. But every year the dream would grow longer and also darker. During the second dream, day turned to night, and I heard a wolf howl. And it would only get worse after that. There were shouts and fire. I would be grabbed by 100 invisible hands, all pulling at me, at my clothes. They would lift me up and imprison me somewhere, in a place without light, without a door, a cold place, dark as night, where I would have to lie forever.
Stream elements.
Last year, the nightmare lasted so long
Stay
that
moist,
it was
my
midnight
friends,
by the
hydrate.
time I woke up from it. And that was only because Rika had come on her bike to search for me. She was angry, of course, but I was just happy that the nightmare was finally over. Who knows what would have happened if Rika hadn't been there? Maybe I would have never woken up. Thank you for helping me, Abe. I didn't dare tell you about the dreams beforehand, as you wouldn't have believed me. But now you have to believe me. I believe you. By the time we arrived in Karen's apartment, night had settled over Abbotsford. There was a scent of smoke in the air, and in the distance we could make out the ruby glow of bonfires. that would continue burning throughout the night. Fragments of music drifted by. Hi, Abe. Thank you for bringing Her Majesty back home. May told me about the little arrangement you had made. If it weren't for you, I would have had to go out to pick her up myself. She giggled. I made you some soup. Please join us for dinner, Abe. We ate a light supper, and after that, May indicated that she wanted to turn in early. I accompanied her up the stairs. I should go now, May. You need your rest. I can't thank you enough for everything you have done, Abe. She eyed me delicately. But could you please stay with me for a little while longer? Until I'm sleeping peacefully. Her request filled me with a sensual hesitation, as it wasn't often that I was propositioned in such a way. But with the recollection of her waking nightmare fresh on my mind, I didn't dare betray her trust. Sure, May, I will stay with you for a little longer. Thank you, Abe. After making herself ready for bed, May turned off the light. I sat down at her bedside as she crept under the covers, and although she tossed and turned for a while, it wasn't long before her breathing became regular. My work was done. On tiptoes, I made my way to the door, and as I stood in the doorway, I turned to look at her one last time, and I made a mental image of her sleeping innocently, as I didn't know if I would be privy to such an intimate sight ever again. The beauty of the scene filled me with a disarming warmth, until suddenly she stirred. No! Leave me alone! Let go of me! Help! With her eyes closed, May began clawing at the blankets, screaming in terror. In one step, I was at her bedside, and in the same clear voice as previously, during her episode in the woods, I began to speak to her. May, wake up. This is just a dream. You are safe. You are in your room. I placed my arms around her reassuringly while she continued crying out in fear. May! But the second I touched her, I felt a surge, like an ancestral flare. And then I wasn't in May's room anymore. The setting sun makes its way through the trees. I'm floating, carried by the tide. The air is pregnant with a hum of voices. Dusk turns to night, moonlit night. Time slips away like sand. We are at the grave mound once again, but now there are only spirits here that grab me with 100 hands, casting me into darkness. And I am back on the floor of my cell, gulping in the breathable water. I don't know. May. May. I remember. How long had I been out for? hours, days, but somehow I had survived. I was breathing again, rapidly at first, but calmer the more I became reaccustomed to my surroundings. The drowning sickness must have rendered me fully unconscious, sending me into a strange delirium. But with the dream, countless memories returned of Rika, the architect of my misfortune, and of Ina, who had tried to save me, but ended up locked in one of Gilgirith's many dungeons. Rika had asked me to join her, to rule over Gilgirith at her side, but I had defied her by choosing May. May, my friend who had been lured here by Rika in order to be subjected to a wicked genetic experiment. Her life was now in grave peril. I cast another glance at my half-open cell door. May, I had to save her. The sunken city was a labyrinth, ever-changing, looping back on itself. But now I felt a sense of urgency that melted away my initial fear. If I remained here, I would die for sure, from hunger or from my next episode of the drowning sickness. And even worse, May would die. For her sake, I had to brave the outpost once again. Cautiously, I stepped out of the corridor, out into the corridor, making my way in the direction of the Grand Gallery. Even though I had no idea of May's exact whereabouts, I assumed she would be held in a cell like mine. Navigating the sunken city was treacherous. It had an unnatural way of shifting shape, turning shortcuts into hour-long detours, and conjuring rooms out of thin air before finishing them in the blink of an eye. But while I was still on Rika's good side, she had offered me a glimpse of its inner workings, and I used this knowledge to make my progression easier. Because the sunken city moved in ripples, like sunlight reflecting off the surface of a lake. Whenever the city changed unexpectedly, it was subject to such a ripple. But it was possible to circumvent these idiosyncrasies simply by waiting until they had passed. That's how I reached the Grand Gallery without much ado. And from there, I reached the hall where Rika and I had locked up Ina after capturing her. And then all I had to do was check all the doors, one by one, for what felt like an eternity, until a dark shape splayed out on the floor, convulsing. I rushed to Ina's side. Ina, it's me, Abe. Listen to me. I know what you are going through. She was choking, grasping at her throat spasmodically. Just breathe. Try to breathe, and the panic will go away. There was a hopeless expression in her bloodshot eyes. Breathe, Ina. Please breathe. And I saw that she was trying, and after a few seconds that felt like hours, it appeared that she was slowly breathing in water again. It's all right, Ina. It's the drowning sickness caused by the breath of life that Rika gave us. It allows you to breathe underwater, but gives out over time. With a lot of help, Ina got up from the floor. Abe, these attacks, her voice sounded weak. They are exhausting, and they get worse every time. I knew, as I had experienced them many times myself. The drowning episodes were recurring more frequently and more intensely over time, culminating in the day-long blackout that I had just awoken from. Even though, strangely enough, the drowning sickness had been absent ever since I regained consciousness on the floor of my cell and ventured out into the sunken city. Ina, I'm so glad I found you. We need to leave now, to escape and save Peter and May. A puzzled look appeared in her eyes. Escape? But Abe, weren't you on Rika's side? You are the one that locked me here. I couldn't blame her for mistrusting me. I did lock you here, Ina, and I'm sorry, but I'm through with Rika. I mean, she had me under her spell. I wasn't acting out of my own volition. You have to leave with me now, Ina. This is our only chance to save the others and escape from this cursed place. I I don't know what to think, Abe. I mean, even if I wanted to leave, I don't have the strength. The drowning sickness. I can't do it. We have to wait until they come rescue us. I wasn't getting through to her. Look around you, Ina. No one's coming to rescue us. The city is a maze. We have one chance to escape, and it's now. But Ina remained stalwart, as though something of infinite mass were weighing down on her mind. You don't understand, Abe. I just don't think any of this can be real. Monsters, they are personifications of our inner demons, relics of our unenlightened past. We love horror stories because they provide an escape from the bright, enlightened world that we live in today. A world that is dominated by the terror of high storm. All these things, this is a city, they can't be real. The implications of accepting that would be so much more. She was overpowered by emotion. This can't be real. It's a fever dream, an illusion. We are probably lying unconscious in a hospital bed somewhere. We need to have hope that someone will come and wake us from this nightmare. I made a few more attempts to get through to Ina, but it was futile. And when I tried to grab her hand, she resisted fiercely. With a heavy heart, I left Ina behind, surrendering her to her self-imposed fate. I didn't know where to go next. I spent hours drifting through the outpost. Ada's refusal to escape with me had left me empty and listless. As I grappled with the realization that no matter how short my future life would be, I would likely never see her again. I tried all the doors in Eda's hallway, but encountered neither Peter nor May. And then I returned to the Grand Gallery, from where I inspected countless other rooms and corridors along its axis. But for each room I searched, at least 100 new ones appeared, and every hallway that I cleared gave way to scores more. I felt tired and disenfranchised, and most of all I felt alone. Alone in this shadow city, now that Ina had rejected me, and even the monsters held their distance. But then, when I was very close to giving up hope, I suddenly grew aware of an enchanting music. It sounded cerebral and holy, its tones dampened somewhat by the omnipresent water, and I followed the sound, through halls and over bridges, until I reached a hidden vestibule. And there, in the courtyard beyond, something was taking place. Cautiously I approached, always cautious of Rika, who had the habit of materializing at a moment's notice. But Rika was remarkably absent from the scene that I came upon, for I encountered solely May. She lay there, reclining on a bed of stone, a distant expression in her eyes, and she was clothed in a gown of white linen. I crouched down beside her, attempting to sparks of recognition in her eyes. But there was none. She stared right through me. Realizing that there was no time to lose, I fell at her wrists to untie any bindings that held her shackled to the stone bed. But I found none. She had clearly been rendered incapable and unwilling to escape. And then an alarming thought crossed my mind. The way she lay there, could it be a trap? Was Rika watching me from a distance, ready to attack? I lurched into action. I grabbed May, supporting her head and her listless body, and then I braced myself, heaving her up from the altar. It went easy. Her body felt almost weightless underwater. But then, as I rushed away with May in my arms, I choked. My God, why now? Why now of all times? My vision colored red. I didn't even fight it. When I opened my eyes, I saw Rika. I could still feel the warm imprint of her lips on mine. Well, well, I leave for only a second, and look what shows up on my doorstep. I should have known that you were running out of breath. Although, to be honest, it no longer pleasures me to be intimate with you in such a way. I have granted you this one last kiss, so that you can behold the miracle that's about to unfold. It was at that moment that I noticed that Rika was wielding a large sickle. I recognized it as the item she had retrieved from the apartment at Oyster Catcher Lane so many moons ago. It glistened menacingly. I flinched at its sight. Don't be afraid of this, Abe. It's an implement of life, not of death. Do you really think I would kill you right after saving your life? You must understand by now that you don't pose even the slightest threat to me. Down here, my powers are godlike. What move could you ever make against me? There's nothing you can do to obstruct my grand design. Her expression grew severe. On earth, on the dry land, all is transient. All crumbles and falls like the tulips of spring, the maiden's beauty. All withers and loses the shine of youth. Only down here, Abe, can we overcome the fundamental mortality of life. Inside May, our ancient bloodline can grow into something that transcends death. Our new race will last into eternity, a paradise where nothing crumbles and falls. I will reconstruct this ruined city and restore it to its youthful glory, just like how I will revitalize a lost thinning bloodline to make it stronger than ever. I see a fertile, beautiful race of girls and boys with coiling black hair. The Nephilim, our offspring, will be stronger and more intelligent than humankind. Within 2 generations, I will have the tyrants and emperors of the dry land kneeling at our feet. I will unleash hell on earth and heaven below the waters. It's sad you won't live long enough to see it all unfold. She cleared her throat. I have been able to isolate the missing nucleotide. Fecundation via incision is a very delicate procedure that cannot take place via conventional methods. She touched the point of the sickle gingerly, and a small cloud of red liquid spread out from her fingertip. But this implement of alien steel will produce the cleanest, scarless cut, an incision that heals as soon as it closes. Rico was giddy with excitement, elated to have a live audience to her master plan, and in her fervor, she lost sight of her surroundings. I felt 4 hands grabbing hold of me, pulling me back with a sudden burst of force. Abe, come with us. I was scrambling to remain on my feet as Edith and Peter pulled me away from the desolate altar upon which May still lay. And as we ran, I could make out Rita's voice calling after us. Peter, was that you don't have to act so sneaky, you know? You are welcome to come out into the open and witness the event will unfold. But we didn't come out into the open. We kept on running until we had put enough distance between Lisa and ourselves to feel safe. Peter, you have no idea how good it is to see you again. And Ina, I fell silent. I'm here, Abe. I changed my mind about escaping. She grinned anxiously. What made you change your mind? I mean, you know, she thought for a second. I still don't believe that any of this is real. This city, Enrica, and the giant tentacle. I still think it's all a dream. But I do believe that even if this is all a nightmare or a hallucination, even then I should try to be a good friend. I decided that I want to be a good friend, even if I haven't always been a good friend to you and to others. I wanted to contradict her, but she kept speaking. I haven't really had any friends, not since I was 16, when something horrible happened. For a second, her eyes flashed in reflexive pain. Ever since then, I have preferred to be alone. But while I was lying in my cell, waiting for the end to come, I realized that this year, the fun times I spent with you and with May, she hesitated. I I realized that I want to try to be a good friend again, even if it doesn't come naturally to me. If I followed my inclinations, I would curl up in a corner of my cell and close my eyes. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Whatever dreams may come, they can't be as horrid as this. But I forced myself to stay awake, to live this nightmare before venturing into other dreams. So I left my prison, even though my surroundings frightened me. And I rescued Peter. Then I rescued you. And all we need to do now is rescue May, my other friend, because only then can I be happy with myself. As Rika showed no intention of intercepting us, we cautiously crept closer and hid inside the vestibule from which we had an unobstructed view. Rika had repositioned May upon the stone bed and continued her monologue. Peter Helsing, I know that you can hear me. You must be delighted to witness the fulfillment of your research. The laboratory analysis you conducted has proven to be truly excellent. Now that I have fully reconstructed the parent strain of our unfiltered bloodline, I will insert the genome into May so that conception can take place. Ceremoniously, she held out her sickle, bringing it up to May's abdomen. I could feel an immense sense of hopelessness rise within me. Blinded by despair, I sprang into action, ready to perform a last-ditch effort to save May. But then I felt something grab hold of my arm. Wait, Abe, just a little longer. I was going mad, about to pull myself from Ina's grasp. If we wait now, she will hurt May. Maybe not, Abe. Please wait. Peter has a plan. There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes, which made me hesitate. Please, Abe, please wait for just a second longer. No, I won't sit and watch while my friend is mutilated. I can't. I can't stand idly by. Even though acting out now may be a death sentence, I have come to a point where death is a certain thing no matter what. And so I have decided that I would rather die fighting than forsake May. I won't abandon her, not now that I have finally remembered how much our friendship means to me. You should be able to understand, Ina. But from the dejected look in her eyes, I could tell that my words were wasted on her, and so I turned my back on them, onward now, without hesitation. In a split second, I had bridged the distance between myself and the stone altar, and with a giant lunge, I pushed away the symbol that was now only inches removed from May's abdomen. For the first time, Rika's expression soured. Abe, I'm done playing games with you and your clique. Do you have any idea how delicate this procedure is? If you mess this up, I will have to start all over again. Shut up, Rika. I won't let you cut open my friend. And with a giant lunge, I jumped at Rika, attempting to shove her to the floor. But she anticipated my assault, sidestepping me aptly. That's enough, Abe. You are forcing my hand. A shrill sound escaped from her throat, and with a flash of lightning, a large tentacle emerged from the deep, and it coiled itself around my leg, hoisting me up into the air. And as I hung suspended, I saw two more tentacles shoot out and grab Peter and Ina from the vestibule where they had been hiding. And with another wave of her hand, Rika sent us hurling downward through a dark haze of brine and vortex, until I made impact with the lake floor. I am lying in the dark. My head hurts, and I think my left arm's broken. I'm not sure how long I have been awake. I must have started drifting in and out of consciousness some time ago. It really is very dark in here, so dark that I can't tell whether my eyes are open or closed. Maybe I have been blinded by the impact of the fall. My cell is tiny. It appears to be some kind of an alcove. On my right hand side, I can feel a stone wall. I muster up the strength to sit up, but I bump my head on a low ceiling, sending me back to a lying position. God, it hurts. I have been unconscious again. I don't know for how long, but it's still just as dark as before. I have carefully felt at my left hand side, but there's a wall there too, and one at my head, and one at my feet, almost as though I am lying in some kind of stone box. Then, involuntarily, a vision flashes across my mind of the rooms that I have passed while exploring the Grand Gallery, the rooms with countless sarcophagi lining the walls. Rika wouldn't have, would she, entombed me alive in one of those stone coffins. That sheer thought that I am trapped in the dark somewhere so many miles from any semblance of human civilization, that thought sends my mind into a frenzied overdrive. I panic, violently thumping against the ceiling and walls of my coffin, ignoring the pain in my arm and head. Rika, let me out of here. Rika, please. Let me out. Rika, you monster. I screamed for hours at the top of my lungs, but I could feel something of immense magnitude absorbing my shouts, making them sound feeble even to my own ears. Once more I tried to force open the lid, the walls, but everything is made of massive seamless granite. There's no latch, no way out. I have no idea how much time has passed. I'm lying here, cramped, still breathing in the water around me. There is no sign of the drowning sickness that visited me before, even though, in this state, I would welcome it like a dear friend. I'm still here. This fate, I know. I try to think of her. Fine, but Peter better have something up his sleeve. I know what you are going through, Abe, but we have to put our faith in Peter. He's our only hope. Peter was wholly focused on the events transpiring at the stone altar. Rika placed the point of her sickle against May's lower abdomen, and there it began to pierce the skin, cutting into her flesh so cleanly that it left only the smallest incision, around which a single drop of blood coagulated. And at the exact moment when the sickle pierced May's flesh, Peter began to speak loudly in an ancient tongue, a language that somehow sounded familiar to me, as though I had heard it before. Nothing big. Okay, no chance. Stone chimney. and even though every inch of my being still wanted to run out and grab the sickle from Rika's hand, there was something in the determination with which Peter spoke those words that prevented me from acting out. I don't know, something is wrong. And on the stone altar, something happened. When Rika completed the incision, she withdrew her sickle from May's abdomen, but no blood poured forth from the cut. Instead, a thin beam of white light began to shine from the wound, so bright that it was clearly visible, even from the distance at which we were standing. No big men lie. With these words, Peter ended the prayer. That light, is that supposed to happen? But going by the expression of the utter perplexity on Rika's face, I could already tell that it wasn't. Peter told me that he knows about the May Festival. He has been attending it for the past years. What? Peter smirked. Let me explain what's going on. The revived May Festival in Abbotsford has been an object of interest to me for quite a few years now. There's something about its rituals and customs that makes it stand out from other festivals of its kind. Do you remember what I told you and Rika when we met on the beach in Ryebury? For primitive tribes, it was difficult to come to terms with the wanton violence that destructive forces of nature would inflict on them. Ritualized violence was a way to mirror nature's terror, to assert control over these destructive forces of nature. What are you saying, Peter? While we talked, the ray of light that emanated from May's belly had slowly begun to intensify. A solid white beam was now making its way up to the surface, from the spot where she was laying, a beam so bright that I couldn't look at it directly. Let me put it differently. Some archetypes are so etched so deeply into human conscience that they have a tendency to rear their head throughout high story, no matter how much the times change. The May Festival has returned in every era: Mesolithic, Neolithic, pagan, medieval, pre-modern, but in different form. Animistic gods of nature were replaced with proto-pagan and pagan gods, which in turn were replaced with Christianity. But no matter the dominant religion, the rituals resurfaced. The maypoles, the bonfires, the procession to the dolmen. And that's because the festival's core symbol, the call for the sun's rebirth after its death in winter, was so strong. It finds a way. It always finds a way. Even now, into modernity, the rites of spring evoke hierophants, tiny glimpses into the world of the divine that cannot be obtained outside of the ritual event. May's eyes had turned a radiant blue, her hair a shining gold. In fact, her entire body had begun to glow, as though there was a massive, inextinguishable light burning inside her that was fighting to come out. Enrica was still standing there, backlit by May's radiance, and for the first time since we had dived below the waves, it appeared that she had lost control. Rendered speechless, she could now only look on. As is visible in Abbotsford, the rites of spring have managed to persist, even to this day. But can they take effect in this world, this fully disenchanted world where the forces of nature have been irredeemably subjugated by science. I stared at Peter. Well, yes and no. I must admit that the Order of the Sickle Moon did a good job at reconstructing the ritual at the Dolmen. The procession of the May Queen, the ancient prayer, they were all very accurate. It's clear that the Order did their research. But in Abbotsford, of course, the true ritual was never completed. The true ritual. What do you mean? In a distant, forgotten past, there was a custom in these regions where, once a year, inside the dolmen, a maiden was offered to the sun god to end the winter months of darkness and to ensure a return of radiant sunlight and the fertility that it would bring. Offered. Do you mean like a human sacrifice? Solemnly, Peter nodded his head. Do you see that sickle that Rika is holding? That's a ceremonial blade used for sacrifice. Goats, sheep, and before that, humans. I'm glad you say that. Today, we live in a far less barbarous times. For the past 7 years, ever since the May Festival was restored, the Order performed the sacrificial rites. But of course, the sacrifice was never completed. None of May's blood was ever spilled. Until today. Ina flinched. No, it's not possible. Are you saying that this light that's shining from May's body, that's some kind of fulfillment of an ancient ritual? That can't be. The May Festival is just a carnival. The Order of the Sickle Moon are just rich kids looking to have a good time. They don't truly believe in any of this. It doesn't matter if they believe it. All that matters is that the rites are observed. As long as the ritual is completed, the prayer, the stone, the blood sacrifice, the treaty with the ancient gods can be made. The light continued to pour from May, painting our surroundings a chalky white. Its dazzling rays penetrated Gilgiris' translucent walls, laying bare every inch of its expansive structure. By performing the same ritual for 7 consecutive years without fulfilling its ultimate end, an immense potential has built up inside of May. 7 years of sunlight have been stored within her, waiting to be unleashed. The gods keep their promises, and the blinding light shone through Gilgirith, penetrating holes and pits that had been devoid of sunlight for 1,000 millennia or longer. And I saw dark creatures recoil and shrivel under the rays of overpowering light, as their eyes had grown accustomed to perpetual nocturnal darkness. And in a last-ditch effort, Rika raised her arms in an attempt to launch a final attack. But no tentacles arose from the deep. She failed to summon anything. And so she fled. The May Festival. The rites of spring. Why did they resurface so suddenly 7 years ago? Why did it coincide with May's 13th birthday? And why did she remain Abbotsford's only May Queen for all these 7 years? Or let me pose the question differently. Did the festival call forth May, or did May call forth the festival? What was there inside that scared, confused teenage girl that brought back these ancient rituals in such pure of a form? The presence of the All-Mother runs strong within her bloodline. As the enveloping light spread out from where we were standing, after a while even the faint contours of the city faded to white. A bright, omnipresent, burning white that penetrated my eyelids and fried my retina, even though I squeezed my eyes tightly shut. And in that sea of white, I began to float upwards for what felt like an eternity. And even though we were blinded, and remained blinded for many days thereafter, I have come to understand that we all floated up to the surface of the lake. That is, Ina, May, Peter, and myself. And there we were rescued by the expedition ship's crew that had been alerted by the mysterious underwater light. By the time we returned to school, it was November already. Even though the period we had spent below the waves had felt like a few weeks at most, time had been difficult to keep track of beneath the perpetual blanket of azure light. When the expedition boat returned to port, we were rushed off to Bremersburg Hospital, where we were tended to by medical professionals and questioned by police. And aside from our damaged eyesight, we were all found in remarkable good shape, considering how we had been lost at sea for months. School was nothing special. Ina and I had both missed our finals, so we were made to retake our final year. But we were allowed to skip most of the classes as long as we attended the afternoon cram sessions. And that's how we ended up spending most of our time hanging around the office of the Sunday Avon, talking, or more often not talking, about our time in Kielgorith that by the day grew more implausible, even to ourselves, like a lucid dream. Ina set to writing about our adventures in the Sunday Avon every week, and she would often consult me for the finer details. But she made sure to present her descriptions of the sunken city as a serial adventure story, and not as news articles, because she didn't want to undermine the credibility of the paper. Fact is, no one would have believed what we had witnessed, just like the police and medical specialists hadn't believed us after our rescue. May stopped emitting light shortly before we were hoisted aboard the ship, although she still has a fake glow about her that lasts even to this day. And then another thing. When we returned to school, Rita was not there. It was as though she had vanished from the face of the earth. But this only lasted until mid-January, when suddenly, on an ordinary Monday, she showed up again as though nothing had ever happened. And she made it a point to ignore me completely, not ever speaking to me, or even making eye contact, as though I didn't exist at all. To be fair, it was an arrangement that suited me fine. Peter Helsing returned to Leiden University, where he published an article on Kielgirith that was widely ridiculed in academic circles. It nearly cost him his career, even though it did very well among the ufologist and cryptozoologist crowd. But in the end, everyone is permitted one mistake, and after retracting the article, he managed to pull through. Last time I saw him, he was working on an extensive monography covering May Festival revivalism across Europe and its pre-pagan roots. The year was drawing to an end. The days grew shorter. The late afternoon sun painted the dolmen a languid gold. You can open your eyes now. Tentatively she did, and she caught sight of the single cupcake that I held in my outstretched hand. Wow, is that a birthday cake? For me. Your 20th birthday passed while we were underwater. I thought we couldn't let it go by unnoticed. Oh, Abe, that's so nice of you. Carefully, she broke the cupcake in two and handed me half. So, May, how have you been feeling ever since your radical enlightenment, if you know what I mean? She smiled. I feel good, Abe. Better than before, even. Before going into the lake, I felt a strange tension at times. She paused for a second as though she were searching for the right words. But that's all gone now. No more bad dreams. No, no bad dreams. She hesitated. I did have another dream last week, but it was a bright dream of flower fields and sunlight, just like the first dream I had 7 years ago. So I think we are safe. Then she sighed. I still cry every time at the thought that Naomi didn't get to see her 20th birthday. Poor soul. I nodded emphatically. I still miss her sitting next to me in the church pew, even though she was mean to me at times. Maybe that was because she feared something inside of you. May nodded. Yes, I realize that now. That bright light that came out of me when we were at the bottom of the lake. Maybe Naomi and the others could see some of that light inside of me. Maybe that made them fearful. Could that be it, Abe? Has it always been visible, even to this very day? It makes me feel self-conscious. I smiled. Don't worry, May. You wouldn't notice it if you didn't know it was there. She didn't seem all too reassured by these words. Hey, by the way, I have told the festival committee that I'm too big now to play May Queen. Tom wasn't happy at first, but I stood my ground. They have now agreed to hold real elections, where a girl can't be chosen as May Queen more than once. If you ask me, that's a lot more fair. Now everyone has a chance to be in the limelight. I smiled. That's very noble of you, May. I realize now that there's some danger involved with the ritual at the dolmen. But what happened to me, down there in the lake, was the result of years and years of build-up. If the town elects a new girl each year, I think we will be safe, even if they stick to the old rituals. But still, Abe, I would like to ask you something. You can ask anything. I would like you to stay here in Abbotsford with me, just in case my dreams ever turn dark again. You are the only one that really understands my situation. You see, she hesitated. Are you going to move away from here once you're done with the finals? To be honest, I have no idea what I will do once I'm done with school. May cast down her eyes. But for the foreseeable future, I see no reason to leave. I chuckled nervously. Even though I didn't have too high of an opinion about Abbotsford at first, over the past year, the town has definitely grown on me. Even if it's just a backwater dump. What other place do I have to call home? May smiled. Let's head back to town, Abe. It's getting late. And so we headed back to Abbotsford and along the same path we had taken 6 months ago. After the May Festival celebration that had gotten us into, and also out of, a lot of trouble, and we followed it all the way back to town. When we reached the street where Karen's apartment was located, May held still. And then she looked up at me shyly. Abe, will you come in with me to see me off to sleep, just like you did back then? Could come in with you. Oh, Abe, you can stop acting coy. Come on in. She grabbed me by the hand. After eating a light dinner, we climbed up to May's room, where she performed her evening routine. And then she changed into her pajamas and crept into bed. Good night, Abe. Thank you for staying. You can leave when I am sound asleep. I seated myself on the chair and sat by her bedside. And as I waited, I caught myself thinking about all the things that had happened, and also of my own future, since May had asked me so frankly to stay here. To be honest, I had often entertained thoughts of leaving Abbotsford for the west coast, where the high life seemed to be taking place. I looked over at May, who was lying in her bed with her eyes shut, a smile on her face. Maybe I could stay here for a while longer. Suddenly, May opened her eyes. Abe, Abe, dear Abe, you are nodding off. You must be more tired than I am. She giggled. You can crawl into bed next to me, if you would like. It's okay if you fall asleep before I do. All that matters is that you are nearby. I felt a lazy warmth come over me. Get into bed with you, May. I couldn't, but she ignored my objections, lifting up the duvet cover and pulling me by the arm. And then, without further hesitation, I stepped into bed with May. She was so close now, so warm. I see an undulating veil of blue flowers. The scent of grass permeates all. Lazy clouds drift across a deep blue sky. It's pleasantly warm, unlike the last day of spring. And there's May sitting on her knees, smiling up at me. May. Abe, where are we? Don't be afraid. I am with you. I am light. I love you.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
You are the rock against which the waves crash to pieces. Raging waters fall still around you.